Hello everybody, welcome back to Wappleville. We got this thing from Mantic Games. I think Warmaster Atriox, I think is what he's called. They wanted this to be a glowing red whatever, so we're gonna do glowing red whatever. And then metal stuff here, then I guess kind of like brown orky skin maybe I guess, with there's some white war paint or whatever on him. So I guess we're doing that. We'll see how this all goes. So again, this is going to be generating the light source here. So I think we want that. I don't know about these coils here, but for sure we want that our latest stuff done on the inside. Hey there, blades. So yeah, blades. Well, I'll see what I got there of a Cooper and see if maybe you got some that are better. Obviously, ones where he's kind of well, you want to capture the personality, right, Blades? That certain look that Cooper has instead of just like a general whatever, right? Because he has that kind of where he's turning his head and stuff like that. So those are kind of the views I think that are most, of course, with a pile of chewed up stuff around him too, right, Landrast? How you doing there, Juno? Great to see you again. Oh, here it is. Let's grab the wrong one. This was a little bit different last night, and of course, this is going to take a long time to dry because we got cadmiums all over the place here. There's cadmium orange, cadmium yellow. Holy smokies! So yeah, this is going to take a wee while to dry here, but it was another one of the zygomores there that we did. Yeah, I figure that's kind of it, right? Right, Blades. You got to get that where he's kind of looking up at you. Like, I did not just destroy half of the things in the house. And where's my sacrifice, right, Blades? So again, here was the one from, I think it was last, actually, it was a week ago today. So great to see you there, Juno. I hope that you're, man oh man, it's hard to believe. It's indeed a Saturday, holy smokes. So Landrast, got the usual kind of shenanigans going on over there at Shea Landrast tonight, I assume. I mean, there's nothing earth-shattering about what we're going to do here. I mean, it's pretty plain. What's going to happen here? We're going to do our dry brushy stuff here. Get this established, because again, this is supposed to be where the glowy's coming from. Well, let's do that. And it's going to be reflecting all over the place here. Potential cast shadow too, I think. That should be fun. Yeah, that's for sure, Landrast. Actual Landra, I'll have to send you. I was using the AI to create literally some custom birthday cards. Yeah, Blades. I actually made a literally a custom birthday card and a custom song for somebody. So that's I'm really liking this idea because remember I was saying I wanted to do a birthday song for Kathy's grandma because well she can't see anymore because she's 103. So I mean I could make the fanciest card in the world. She ain't never gonna see it. Or I could make something she could listen to. So I think that should be very fun. Well, let's just say that those are involved, Landrast. Yeah, those. There's definitely something involved. Not just years ago, but well, I guess today too. So that one's from my sister Blades. If that's the one, actually, that's I'm gonna see if I can't play that one for tomorrow at the family thing because I do believe this week coming up would be potentially round 12 of 12. Now again, I could be wrong, and you know how these things go. Everything is subject to change, as in everything is constantly subject to some kind of change, but it is possible that yeah we didn't get to ring the bell last time around, but if she gets to this time, that would definitely be nice. Now let's get some more of this. I mean, this is kind of orangey here, but remember, we're going to be hitting this with all that red and everything. So I'm not going to do that here because remember, the interior of that is going to actually be a lighter red. So Juno, actually, we were able to get some painting going yesterday and today, or especially today, I guess. Yes, for the normal humans that don't do this 7 days a week. Nope, we won't hit that. We will not do, but we are going to get some of that over here. So Blades, yeah, and actually the interesting thing is that she used to do paintings. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if Kathy really got her painting genes, if you want to call it that, from her grandma on her mom's side. I would pretty much I would be willing to stake all of Landrast's money on that. Well, Landrest, of course. I mean, I have all those cameras installed, so I mean, when you found the first 150 of them, you thought you found them all. But there's, well, let's just say there was some other ones there that you haven't found yet. Oh, okay, Juno. Well, I hope that's actually, I hope that was fun too. Barbecue, not the worst thing in the world either. No siree. Landress, don't worry about that. There's a special discount. Yep, there is a special discount. But yeah, well, I'm willing to bet. I don't know. Is this from what was Mantic's sci-fi? Was that called Warpath or something like that? Landrast, and is it still around, or was this supposed to be from their what's it called? Uh, it was this thing that was super popular at Adepticon. Not this year, but last year. Video game. The whole bunch of folks played. It's been around for forever now. Um, yeah, I can't think of it. Yeah, Juno. Well, actually, something tells me that it was not as hot as it was supposed to be because I think it only got to 94 here, and the original thing was like, oh, it's gonna be 100 plus and all that. Halo. Thanks, Land. Is this from Halo? Because I can't. I don't think they have that Warpath game anymore, do they? Nice to see you there, Sector X. So Sector X, I was there's some stuff I'm trying to put into Meshy AI there. I hadn't opened it up in a while. I gotta do some tutorials because, of course, I opened it up and I saw, you know, ye old Gandalf there when we were doing this thing. Blades now have the Jays kind of been kind of that in between blades where they're not awful like certain other teams, but they're also not exactly at the top of the standings there. So Sectorix, well, I guess things are going to be interesting now. I was kind of hoping that the things had maybe calmed down a little bit for him over there, as certain things kind of get degraded. Kind of like the Sox chances for ever winning a World Series, right, Blades? Nice to see you again, Dark Horse. So again, there's no, as we like to say, this ain't rocket surgery. Well, we're 9 minutes in. Yeah, this is all of 9 minutes. Now, here's the last. Yeah, this is last night. So Dark Horse, this is what we were doing last night. Another one of the Zygomores, the Truffleites. Look at that. There's meet the Truffleites. Ah, geez, Blade. I didn't know they were doing that well. I thought, well, everything here is all about the other team that wears blue. Yeah, so that's why I haven't heard anything about the Jays here. Now, you know what? I'm gonna go Pearline Crimson here. Now we don't have the Doomsday palette. Just throwing it out there. We don't have the Doomsday palette going on here, or the Bankruptcy palette, or the Money palette. This is the Landras palette right here. That's apparently because since most of this stuff is Paul Rubens, you could pretty much get most of it with Landrast's bank account. Let's start dropping some of this in here. There we go. More of that down here. More of that over here. Again, it's super complicated, right? Yeah, look at this. It's so difficult. I don't know how anybody could manage this. So yeah, and what we're okay, we've reached the summer solstice, and everybody is all like I said, they're all making their World Series plans already. Blades. That may be somewhat premature. I'm just gonna throw that out there too. All it takes is one injury, right, Blades? If it's to the right person, all you gotta do is take one guy out of a lineup, and all of a sudden, well, uh, they say, well, it's just that one guy, but you know how it is, Blades, right? They're gonna pitch differently. Now, you lose, like, say, a number 3 hitter or something like that, they'll just pitch around your number 2 guy or your number 4 guy because the guy taking his place is not gonna be as good, right, Blades? Blades, I think their golf plans start somewhere around in March. Yeah, they don't wait until June or July to make golf plans. I think they already had theirs set. Actually, Blades, I think the problem is they thought they were playing golf. They didn't realize that they were supposed to be playing baseball. I think that's been the problem the last couple of years, Blades, is that they made golf plans and they forgot that, oh geez, that's right. This thing is baseball. Yeah, well that's the mystery explained right there, Blades. That totally explains all of the failures. And Blades, of course, it's miniature golf too, right? It's not it's not actual golf either. All right, we've gotten some of that in there now. Yeah, well, oh, look at this. That is capillary action right there. Oh yeah, look at this. Look at that. It traveled all the way around there. That's just hilarious. I absolutely love that. Let me just get some of this thinner out here because we need to do this. Come on, a little bit, not that. Where are we at here? Grab me some of the floral. Right, you know, I'm just gonna go direct to the source there. Fine. That's taking too long. More pinline washi type stuff here. Here we go. Maybe more of a reddish floral there. That means more thinner. Breaking that down again. Oh yeah, Blade. So the one thing about me painting people's pets, well, like so Marty and Kimberly, I think Blades have actually painted five of their cats now. Uh, and same thing with, well, let's just say that they're not like around anymore, most of them. So that is one issue. No problem there, Armored Wolf. Again, Sectorix, yeah, I have to start looking at some Meshi tutorials because I have to try to create some kind of printable thing for my niece's wedding cake in August. Because there ain't no way that's going to get sculpted. Even if I can just do a very basic sort of thing and then either sculpt a little bit more on that or just paint it to kind of make it look more like them. I still don't even know if they're going to be there tomorrow. I asked my brother 3 times. He sent me other pictures and stuff of things that I needed, but not let me know if they're actually going to be there. Now they're from San Francisco, so that's why I'm just like, okay, did they come all the way over here for the birthdays? So great to see you there, Sector X. Again, I know that it's you're probably still doing the sleeping just in little tiny bursts here and there. Alrighty. I'm gonna put me some of that down there too, just because. Okay, now we're getting underway there. I wanted some of that to set so we could start doing some of the other darker glazy things here. So yeah, Armored Wolf. That was a place that I thought that I could trust and everything like that, and then took that thing in there, and they said, "Oh yeah, that's gonna be about $6,000 because there's this, and all this other stuff." And they were well aware that that vehicle was worth less than what Landrast has in his bank account, and yet they were seriously thinking that I was gonna just fork over all that money. I have no idea what they were thinking, but well, let's say they got a little bit too greedy. So then we said, oh, so the vehicle is completely toast then. That's what you're selling us. Well, then we'll just get another vehicle. And they're like, wait a minute, that's not how this was supposed to work. Nice to see you there, Nurgle, Matthew. Now, I know that's not really an option there because, well, I mean, even if there was like, okay, here's a whole bunch of money, go get yourself something you like. You don't have the time to go get yourself something you like. I mean, there literally is no time for that. So, but boy, it would be really sweet to see the looks on their faces, wouldn't it? Yeah, everybody has their own plans for what they do if they win the lottery. That might be your plan, is to just like, hey guys, check this out. Won the lottery. If anything needs fixing, I'm just gonna get me a new car. You'll never see me again. It's like, oh, oil needs changing. Oh, time to buy a new car. And then you would just drive by that garage slowly with each new car, just to make sure they knew you were there. So it's confirmed, Landras, that this is something from Halo, which again, never played the game, never saw the. I guess didn't they do 2, 3 movies of on Halo or something like that? Never saw those either. So yeah, when it comes to the Halo stuff, it's like, okay, I heard of it. Oh, that's right. A friend of mine, his son did an Imperial Guard army, and of course he converted all of these Imperial Guard guys to look like Halo stuff, which then they promptly redid all the Imperial Guard and wiped out the whatever of Imperial Guard that he had done. Because that never happens with Games Workshop, right? Games Workshop never does that. Oh, yes, so Armored Wolf, I guess I still got to think about what the different Cathay stuff is, and that the dragons, I mean, that was interesting, but I really think something tells me that focusing on the units is probably the best way to go. Okay, 21 minutes in, right, and we're pretty much established in a whole bunch of stuffs here. 21 minutes ago, how much paint did this have on it besides, well, none. Yeah, absolutely none. Now here, we're maybe cranking something extra dark because, well, shadows and all. Also, speaking of shadows, how's about we do something like this here? Oh, the hound in question. Let me, boy, that takes a while to scroll back. So yeah, there we go. So there's the dog in question, and there's the dog in a box right there. So Landrast, they don't really show. Obviously, it's supposed to be a floaty thing. Is there just like one of those stupid plastic rods shoved in the underside of it, like all the other GW fly-in stuff? Or did they come up with some other way to make it look like it was flying? So Landrast, speaking of AI, what I should do, Landrast, is find some kind of AI thing that automatically gets rid of all the swear words and changes them to something hilarious, like Snoopy or something like that, or I don't know, something weird instead of just the swear words that would be used. Let's see how many how many assembly videos have there really been, Lanta? Like true assembly videos, and how many of those few assembly videos that there have been have I not kind of said, well, that wasn't supposed to happen, which is code for, well, colorful metaphors? So again, I think this is Artorias. I think that's what this is. Warmaster Atriox. Okay, Warmaster Atriox. Don't know who he is. No clue. It looks like he's some kind of orky dude. Maybe. Either that or some kind of monkey dude or whatever. I have no clue. But now we definitely got some of our dark installed here for sure. We got the Perline Crimson again for even darker reds, because reasons. More shadow over here. Maybe we'll just stop with that. Okay. Where's my... Here's me red. Red, 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 more red, also red. Huge surprise, more red. Blades, if you wanted to share stuff in the chat, we got more folks watching. So yeah, Blades, you want to share some things in the chat there, please go ahead. Yeah, for a second, Blades, all of a sudden I thought it was Friday and I was going to ask you how your stream was. That would be a little bit tardy because that was, yeah, it was yesterday. Now, Sectorix, was it straight up grass tufts or was it also, did you add some of the leaves and some of the other elements to it as well? I hope that they're all working out super fantastic, that it's been pretty quick and easy to make those. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Blades just shared. And then, of course, give Blades a follow. Do that. Where's that? There we go. There's your yellow. Gonna throw a droppy on you there. Now, did you do a bunch of different colors, Sectorix, or were you just kind of really trying to crank out a big batch for a specific project there? More orangey maybe. Maybe more orangey red here. See what we got. Maybe we're gonna roll like that. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's fantastic, Sectorix. I never got a chance to make those other batches of tufts for me, which I need very much. I mean, literally hundreds and hundreds of them. Okay, yeah, there. No, we're starting to get there. Oh, not too much thinner. We literally need a very specific kind of balance here. Because otherwise, see, that's just kind of mixing with it. Otherwise, it would just rip away what's here instead of sort of mixing with it. And that would be a no bueno right there. Well, Sectorix, the family that does terrain together, stays together. That's a well-known, well-established fact there. Now, Blades, so Heavy T also painted one of the dragonflies. I mean, if you wanted to share Heavy T's dragonfly, I'm not sure if actually did Heavy T already share his somewhere, or is he not actually done painting it? Yeah, Sectorix for me, since they are literally customized to all of my armies, and I can't get tufts like those anywhere. It's it definitely is a huge cost savings for me and time savings too. But just like I know for you, it's like people say, oh, don't just go get that online, whatever. That's it. Okay, so and the time that I would have to go spend money on gas to go somewhere and hope that they actually have the thing. Even if they have the thing, it's probably not going to be the best price, whatever that thing is. And I will have spent so much time going there and back to just get that one thing. I could have done all in 2 seconds with literally a click of a mouse, right? And what you and I can do in a compressed amount of time is valuable, right? Right, Sector X? Yeah, Landrest, not every stage character is going to be as successful as the next one. You and I have both gone through several iterations. Okay, so again, we're just trying to get some of this over here, and you can see the difference between the core stuff there. Oh, you can kind of see it. You can see it emerge right there. Other side of that. Again, we don't want this to be too orangey. So what we're going to actually be doing is after all of this has a chance to set, we will be going back and essentially almost kind of doing a little bit of tinting of red. We'll be taking that, not necessarily pearly and crimson, but the permanent crimson or whatever. We're going to try and go over that. And, also too, what was that? Our Windsor red. JS, that's pretty much impossible to know. Now, of course, for years and years and years, JS, most of the figures, they were commissioned, so they didn't stay here. So actually, JS, for the longest time, I had almost none. It wasn't until I started doing basically Twitch and Patreon at the same time that I really actually had any miniatures here. I mean, all kidding aside, there was a point where I just almost had no miniatures here, at least of mine. Once we started doing the MESBG stuff, that definitely changed. And then again, also doing the Twitch stuff, that also had a big impact on stuff. Let me see, Armored Wolf. What was the one that was extinguished earlier today? It was the kind of like it was the multi-flavored cake there, Armored Wolf. Then I don't think it was a red velvet, but the pink cake that's already half gone, Armored Wolf, and something tells me the other half might be gone after the stream. So two of those are gone. Let me see. I think I put 4 pieces of the pizza in the freezer. I ate obviously another piece earlier today. Well, Landrest, you don't want to let the fire hose get all rusty, right? Let's get a little bit more of this over here. Get more of that orange there. So everybody, please check out that Instagram link. So Blades, I don't know if you wanted to post yours again. So Blades and Heavy T both painted that same dragonfly miniature. So JS, well here's a here's something. So okay, my bolt action armies. I have 17 bolt action armies, 5 of which are French. There's every army of Middle Earth. Just my Harad alone is probably, and this is in Lord of the Rings, MESBG terms, probably, and that's with no Mumox. Although we are working on one now for on one of the Patreon series, so even without the Mumok, that's still probably close to 1,000 points of Harad. I've got probably 1,100 points worth of Candish stuff. Probably a good 1,000 points worth of Easterlings. You just want to always make sure that the hydrant has pressure there, Landrast. Let's get a little bit more of our lighter. Again, we don't want that to be too orange. We want that to be red. So I will have to be going back over this stuff here, right? Like all this yellow stuff in here, or oranges, that's gonna, we're gonna be walking that backwards a little bit. Hey there, Valfira. Actually, let's see. Oh, Valfira. More of the peppers and tomatoes keep coming up there, Valfira. So yeah, it's getting to be go time with the garden stuff there. Yes, the Wappleville Victory Garden. Well, yeah, Valfira. It's kind of funny because I just kind of guessed. I figured this had to be from Halo because Mantic. I think they stopped doing their what was that game called? Warpath or something like that. I think that's what it was called. They're basically their sci-fi, their 40K game. Now they said they really wanted to keep the brown skin, and then there's some white markings on his face, some kind of war paint, whatever's. Now, how warm did it get down there, Valfira? It basically kind of stopped at 94 here today. Now it was dry though. I think you were having all the humidity stuff down there, right? Right, Valfira. Now, how much have they done on this, Valfira? They really kind of done a bunch of this, or is it kind of like, well, they've done a little bit since the initial release? But again, nobody was more shocked than me to hear from them because literally all the people that I knew there are not there anymore. So I kind of figured they didn't know me, right? Nobody there knew me, so I wasn't gonna be seeing any more Mantic stuff. So yeah, Valfira. I know that they did a few. Were they movies about Halo, or are they just kind of more like direct to video releases or something like that? I try and lighten this up some more down here. I mean, it's right below whatever this thing is, this mace. Nah, uh, well, just like the cameras that I have installed at Landrast's house, obviously I was able to see that happen at your house. So I figured, well, maybe Velfero wants to see some Halo. And again, Landrest thought he had found all the cameras, but nope, there's many more that Landrest does not know about. That's a pretty popular children's channel, right? Right, Landrast? Let me get some of this over the top of these. Over there. Get that over the top of this grayish stuff here. Over here. Again, it might almost kind of have a little bit of a lava-esque look to it, but what's interesting is that it's something like 60% of all like record temperatures for June nationwide were all set over 60 years ago, and at least 35% of like all of the this is like by state, not by city, but by state. The vast majority of the records were set in 1934. So if you look, all the western states like California, Texas, Nevada, I think New Mexico was in there too. Those were all set in 94. So there's about 6 states that were in 94. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, that sounds about right, Velfira. But there was a huge swath. So pretty much everything east of the Rockies, with a few exceptions, almost all of those state records for high temperatures in June were all set in 1934, which would, yeah, that's kind of post, well, end of Dust Bowl maybe. I don't think that. I think that's more the ending point of the Dust Bowl, not the starting point of the Dust Bowl. Ah, no, maybe it is right around the Dust Bowl, I guess. I just keep thinking of Dust Bowl being a little bit later in the 30s, more mid to late 30s. Oh, more of this red here. More of that red over there. I think that still should be maybe glowy right there too. Okay, I think we're starting to get there. We're starting to get things established here. That we gotta wait because we're gonna try and get even lighter there. We're gonna do some again. There's a bunch of red that is gonna go over the top of this. How's about we start putting in some of our lighter, not object source like colors here, and it'll be kind of a little variety of a few different things. Some of it may be a little more blue, some a little bit more not blue, some of it other not blue. We'll have all kinds of not blue colors here. I mean, no matter what, the gist of it is we want things that are of a cooler nature here versus all the warm that's going on over there. Now, I don't know if this is something they 3D printed. I'm not seeing any supports or anything. They just sent me this as is. It was all assembled, whatever you want to call it. So I have no idea. I'm guessing that all the Halo stuff is just standard cast miniatures. I could be wrong, but the only Halo miniatures I ever saw were 3D printed ones. Years ago, probably back in 2024, and that would be very early in 2024. And of course, where you at? Oh, there you are. You're hiding over there. We've got the actually Valfera. Believe it or not, I took so many pictures of that. Instagram said you can't put that many pictures. So you have Valfera. Yes, indeed. I actually took too many pictures. They said nope, you can't put any more than 20. I think I had 25, either 24. Well, I think technically 23 really. I thought you'd get a kick out of that, Valfera. That's not quite how I thought that was gonna go down. It's hard to tell. I think yeah, maybe that is gonna be his skin. I don't know. It's very very hard to tell. Well, we'll just make that kind of brown. So we'll focus on this then with the cooler colors, I suppose. Yeah, not that. Maybe a little bit of that over here. Okay. Start maybe getting something a wee bit lighter. Also, another area is more of the blue, perhaps. Maybe a little bit more. There we go. All right, let's try that. Whoops, too much paint on the end of that thing. Let's get rid of some of that. Oh, by the way, this is 45 minutes in. Yeah. Just throwing that out there as well. Yeah, this is all of 45 minutes. Those are a bunch of straps there, so I have to remember to do those. Like straps there. Let's hit these plates too, which I guess that's what they are. They didn't really emphasize any kind of weathering or anything like that. So Sectrix, yeah, I've been trying to tell people that the Sky Reels AI, you get all of 200 characters for that song prompt. If you spend 15 of your characters describing the type of music you want, well, you might get the type of music you want. The song will have nothing to do with what you wanted it to be about. You'll get the music right and all that kind of stuff, maybe the voice. So like, oh, it sounds like the same voice. Well, that's of course it does because I don't have 30 characters to say I want a deep voice, I want a female voice, I want a high-pitched voice, I want a soprano, I want an alto or whatever. I don't have characters to spend on voices. I did try having GPT do a prompt. It really didn't work for what I wanted. It created a 200-word prompt, but it wasn't something that was going to work in Skyreels. So that was a little disappointing. So we got to wait on this. We're going to have to wait at least another 20 minutes before we fool around with any of this. Because again, we don't want to be hasty little hobbitses. We got to wait for that to set. Then we can come back. We can start putting some more of our reddish glaze over the top of it. And that might actually be in the form of a dry brush and not so much an actual glaze. Nice to see you there, Erdemichael. So yeah, Sectrix, you heard me talking last night about the other kind of suite of programs that were supposed to kind of work together. They've done a few okay songs, but they're actually Sky Reels has so far been the best on the music, which is the most bizarre thing because that is not why I got it. That was supposed to be for the videos. I can confirm it's terrible with image creation. I didn't spend much time fooling around with that, but yeah, the music side of it. What do you know? So, Arta Michael, you want to share anything in chat? Please go ahead, like always. I still haven't had a chance to. Well, I see that the Venice AI that basically there is no getting 1 month's membership. You have to get a whole year's worth. So far, that's the only one I see that doesn't have the same restrictions, which again are very deleterious for all things miniatures. Oh, actually, I was prepping some Bellinok stuff there, Valfear. That's why I didn't send you any messages because I ended up having to just use this thing because it is kind of time sensitive. More here. Again with our lighter stuff here. Then we're gonna throw some more of our blue in there. Some more reflected light in there. A little bit of this, a little bit of that. So everybody check out that link that Arta Michael just posted there. Hopefully there's fewer mosquitoes in there, Arta Michael, than there was last night. Or was it the night before? It was either Friday or Thursday night that there was mosquitoes all over the place. Back to this. Nah, I'm gonna get some thinner on that. And let's throw some of that down again. I don't know if those are all. I guess they're all supposed to be some kind of straps there or something like that. Don't really know. Yeah, Belfred, it kind of worked out. It worked out all okay, right? All right, see, that's getting less shiny now. Less shiny down in there. Okay. I wonders. Let me give something a little look-see here. All right. I'm going to try this one. Sorry that those are bugging you there, Arta Michael. See what I did there? Let me take the... of course, some of our Pearline Crimson worked its way into that, I see. Very, very tricksy. Trying to break this stuff down. No, it has too pink. What about that? So again, we're kind of taking away some of the orangey stuff there. And we'll be going over the top of that again with a whole bunch of our red. But again, we don't want to be hasty little hobbitses here. We do want to say hello to Bearded Celt. How you doing there, Bearded Celt? Thank you so much for the raid, Celt. Appreciate that. So, Celt, here's... There it is. So, I know you rated the last couple of times we've been painting these, right, Bearded Celt? So, that's how that last Zygomore turned out. This is the one we painted last night. I'm guessing that probably either cleared people out there, Arta Michael, or made things have a very interesting fragrance. So this is the one we painted last Saturday. And again, this is the one we painted last night. There was our other Zygomore. That was the first one we did last Thursday. No, last Friday. There we go. Yeah. So we've got the 3 now of the 4 Zygomores. The last one's going to be a tutorial video. Well, probably 2 videos, plural. Everybody, please give Bearded Celt a follow. And of course, Bearded Celt, you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. That would be fabulous. Oh, we got a Halo figure here from Mantic. What is this? Warmaster Atriox? Is that what this is, Valfira? So, yeah, that must have been an interesting fragrance in that room. And again, if you do want to share any work in progress things there, Bearded Celt, as always, please feel like you can do that. We're trying to get ourselves a little collection here of some lighter reds to start getting down here by our source lighting. Actually, I sent Kathy's sister the oh yeah, the autocorrect monster picture that Recoil did. We have to somehow remember we were wanting to have like a bust made out of that or something. So again, keep in mind that we're kind of building up lighter stuff here. There is going to be a whole bunch of darker stuff that is going to be coming back into these areas here. We're working on some of our later stuff for right now. Then that will have a chance to set. Then we're going to work back over here again. So again, Bearded Kelp, appreciate the raid, like always. Using our oil paints like we always do. And go in Bearded Kelp. I think you might have seen this too. This was our Thursday painting. This was my birthday stream right here. We painted Babylon 5 because, well, reasons. I'm going to start to hit some of these a little lighter now, and then again, we'll be coming back with all of those kind of deeper reds. Everybody check out that Discord link that Bearded Celt just shared. While you're at it, please give Bearded Celt a follow as well if you're not already doing that. So Bearded Celt, I hope that the stream went great. Hopefully your weekend's been going well so far, and of course, happy Sunday to you. These guys down here going to get some of that lighter stuff. Over here too, looks like we have a whole bunch of little do thingies over there. Now here's hoping it's not too toasty over there. It is definitely toasty over here. Very, very toasty. Of course, I guess in Texas they would just kind of call this Saturday. Because to them, like, oh, 100 degrees, yeah, whatever. That's December for them, I guess. Now, yeah, Bearded Kilt. That's I didn't see. Actually, I didn't see your post there. That's just a case of great minds think alike. Or is it grape mimes think alike? The grape purple mimes. Alrighty then. Well, actually, well, we still have 15 minutes of Saturday left here. I kind of thought it was already Sunday by now. All right, and a little bit of our light over there too. Again, that lighter red, which we'll get even lighter. Now over here, they wanted him to be sort of on the get that some kind of brownish skin. Oh, that's what we're gonna do with that. Let's put something there. So some of our yellow ochre, that'll go in there too. And a mime is a terrible thing to waste, right, Valfira? And it's definitely a terrible thing to waste, especially when they are so fashionable as these mimes. Well, right here. Yeah, that would be our collection of Blood Bowl mimes. Yes, Jete one that says toss me. There's the pogo stick guy there. Look up. There's the parasol guy. There's a couple of the bombers there. Like we said, very, very fashionable. Look at all those hats. Look at all those hats. Top hats. We've got berets, of course. The guy with the chef's hat. Now again, we kind of question why he has the very warm baguette in his bare hand instead of in the oven mitt there. Now these guys, they thought they were the stars of the team. That's Francois and Pierre. Obviously, they were not into blocking and tackling all that rough stuff, but again, they were master sommelier. So again, that was kind of their vibe. They were really into all that rough stuff. And of course, this goes back to 2006, so there was no 3D printing. There were barely any plastic goblins, period. So all that had to be done the old-fashioned way, as in taking metal miniatures, cutting them apart, and then trying to do some resculpting with the old-fashioned green stuff there. So yeah, that is almost 20 years ago now. So bearded Celt, that's going to depend which colors you're using. You're using something like an Egyptian violet or an Indian yellow, you could almost wipe those off right away and they're going to stay behind. It really depends on just how staining the color is, and every color is different. There are not that many staining colors to start with. But for the most part, you're going to want to give them at least a little bit before you try wiping off anything. But again, if it's something like an Egyptian violet, maybe, or Indian yellow, those we just kind of refer to those as super staining colors. Sorry about the voice there. So those you could kind of wipe away almost immediately. The other stuff, not so much. You're definitely going to want to give yourself some time on those. Work in some panel lines maybe over there too. Okay. And Valefair, it had to happen quick because in that league, my team that I was supposed to be coaching was a human team. I think it was just a matter of 10 days before the season was supposed to start. They said, the Goblin coach dropped out. Can you make a second team? So yeah, that was not my first team. That was not the team I was supposed to be playing. It was supposed to be humans. So needless to say, Velfira, that gave me even less time to try and make something. So the only staining greens would be Perline Black and Phthalo Green. Now, depending on which Phthalo Green you're using, if you're using a Williamsburg Phthalo Green, you can wipe that off fairly soon. Any color that's brown, well, Van Dyke Brown is the only brown color that actually stains, and that's one you're going to want to leave on there for a while. Again, there's Egyptian Violet, there's your Indian Yellow. Everything else, you may want to at least leave that on there for a few minutes before you start wiping stuff away. So the human team was the Las Vegas Hustlers. I actually built a casino, Valfera. We built a whole stadium for him. There were, shall we say, gaming tables up in the stands. Now, of course, this was back in 2006, so there was no 3D printing. Uh, Also, too, I wanted to have like a scoreboard. Now you could just, I mean, you could literally have some kind of LED screen up there with whatever. That was not the case back then. But yeah, I that boy, if I only had the kind of stuff I've got now, back in the day, holy smokies, that would have been pretty wild. I had a whole logo for him. We had all the advertisements on the walls of the stadium. We obviously had lots of grandstands, places for people to hang out. Because that's how we roll in Wappleville. We'll be coming back into this one more time. Let's roll like this now. And I will put some more stuff on the mace there. Gonna dry brush a little bit of our somewhat deeper red in a few spots over here. So unfortunately, the Winsor Newton Van Dyke Brown is basically burnt umber, so that's got no staining power to it. Gamlin and Williamsburg, those are a different story, especially the Williamsburg. That right there, definitely a staining Van Dyke Brown. Winsor Newton, not so much. Now the Perline Black from Winsor Newton, that is a staining color. That's just you just got to leave that on for a while. Yeah, don't wipe that off too quick. But the Winsor Newton Perline Black, that will work as a staining color. Now obviously, again, you've got phthalo green too. You could mix phthalo green and indigo, which is a that's a staining color, and that is also a Winsor Newton color. So, and it's a cheap color. I think it's Series 1. It's either Series 1 or Series 2. I think it's just Series 1. Valefair, I think that's why I really did enjoy things like Blood Bowl, because, well, that's pretty much what you got to do, right? I mean, you basically have to come up with themes for the team, right? And that's, well, actually, Valefair, that's how we got our start with miniatures. Because, well, we did our Blood Bowl teams, and then we had other teams, other people ask us to paint their teams. So it kind of started that way and morphed into us painting other people's teams, and that was even before the bunker. Now, Bearded Celt, you don't have to do the pre-glaze method. We did not do that here. This was a dark brown primer, just like Now let me see. Where's our? Yeah, this one right here. This actually started out as a dark brown primer, so you don't have to do that. Actually, most of the stuff we've been doing, oh gosh, for about the last year plus, even this one, that actually started out as a dark brown primer. There was no pre-glaze on that. That's for sure, right, Arta Michael? They stain everything in sight, and then some things you can't see. So yeah, bearded kilt, you don't have to do the pre-glaze, and that is again that's something we've for various reasons been moving away from. Part of it is dictated by the miniatures themselves, because there's some miniatures where the pre-glaze just is impossible, which would be, oh, I don't know, something like this right here. There's no way you're doing pre-glaze on that, so we didn't do pre-glaze on that. We did the dark brown primer. That was the ebony flash primer. Or you could mix the Steinerez black with, oh, is it yeah, with the terracotta. You could go that way. So, for at least I want to say the last 15, let's see, no, it's about now that it's June, yeah, about the last 15 months or so, we've been kind of featuring the non pre-glaze. And of course, bearded coat, we say it all the time, right? With the oil paints, maybe just start with one light color, one dark color, do a little bit of value study like this. So that way you don't have to worry about, okay, is this the right color or whatever? And then, of course, doing these things is super, super helpful. Doesn't just tell you what they look like, it tells you, is it a strong color? Is it a weak color? Is it kind of, does it tend to dry flat? Does it tend to dry more of a shiny? Where are we at here? We're still with this? Yeah, still going with this here. So yeah, bearded kelp, maybe, yeah, again, you always want to give yourself the maximum opportunity for success. And well, sometimes that just means simplifying things a bit. So if you're just using them as darker glazes, and you don't have to worry about them being wiped away, then it doesn't matter. That's the other benefit of the darker primer method, because then things like quinacridone, magenta, a whole bunch of colors that are not staining, even our cobalt colors, those start to re-enter the mix, because again, we don't have to worry about them being a staining color or not. Yep, I've heard of him there. Bearded Kilt. I've never seen any of his videos or anything like that. I know lots of folks like Marco. No Valfira. I don't even. I'm not even sure I know where that Discord is anymore. It's been so long since I've last seen it. I don't even know what it's called. Discord really just it's on a scale of 1 to 10, the kind of things that I prefer to use. Discord is at about a -50 right now. I tried using it after Adepticon, and it was so incomprehensible. I was just trying to do like the Virko's Vault stuff, and it seemed like there was 400 different areas to Virko's Vault, and none of the alerts or anything like that seemed to be for the things that I wanted. I'm like, I'm getting alerts for something. Then it would turn out like people had sent me messages and stuff, and I didn't see. So yeah, unfortunately, the Discord thing is that's like, yeah, that's just not for me. There's just way too much weird stuff in there, and that always irritated Kathy Valfira, because obviously Kathy did tons of stuff in Discord. She pretty much lived in Discord. But I never, ever, ever was able to figure out what in the world was going on with that. So Bearded Kill, I did get a chance to talk with them at Adepticon for maybe about 10 minutes or so this year. Well, obviously all the classrooms were by Fort Wapple, and he just happened to be between classes, and he was talking. I was sitting over by uh, the charity auction area. And I think he came by there to drop something off or whatever. But I don't know if I've ever actually seen any of his videos. Well, unfortunately, well, you know how it is, right, Valfira? The only the only videos I get to watch are me, and that's just me making them or editing them. That's the sum total of my video consumption right there. So say we all. Nice to see you there, Recoil. That is, well, let me see. I know there's a baker's dozen, but that's almost 3 dozen right there for Recoil. How you doing there, Recoil? So Recoil, I see that the Ruse actually, they managed to win a game there, Recoil. Break up the Ruse, they won. And did you see the whole, basically Geelong tried doing a very poor version of the Penn State whiteout. And usually when you try and do some kind of big dramatic thing like that, you're also supposed to win the game. They kind of forgot that idea, Recoil. So yeah, they pulled out all the stops at Geelong, and then they forgot to win the game. Now, of course, let me see, in about 18 minutes, well, 17 minutes now, Recoil. We'll see if the doggies can capitalize. Oh, this is good. I don't know if you see the score of the Giants game there, Recoil, but that's looking good. If that holds, and the doggies win their game, I believe they are back into the 8. Now, I wonder. We always say, right, Velfair, that the object source lane kind of disappears, right? Oh, there we go. Let's hold it like this. With our film noirs. Unfortunately, we don't have enough of our values elsewhere to really say that the object source lane disappears. But I think it's, oh yeah. Yeah, there's a difference, right, Velfair? Oh yeah. We're still there. Now we're at 50. Oh yeah. There's a difference now. Let's grab the one from last night here. And let's do the same deal. Man, oh man. Again, there's plenty of shading there, but wow, big difference. And then here, we'll do this. Aside from our spots, you really can't see much of nothing there. Looky there. That's a bit of a difference. Film noir shows everything, right, Valfira? So Suns, it's deep into the third quarter. The Suns have a 15-point edge over GWS. Again, should that hold, and the doggies take care of business against the Tigers, well, they're sort of back in business again. Now, of course, they have to also take care of business against the Tigers. Is that in Marvel? Oh, and it's in Marvel Stadium too. So much like Geelong, everything is like pretty much set up exactly the way they want it there, Recoil. Now, Recoil, you doing that solo, or do you have, do you got like Rottweiler and company there with you? And of course, Recoil, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. Everybody, please give Recoil13 a follow. if you could. Now this here, that's we gotta get rid of that. That's Prussian blue. Some of this, because that is not pointed towards our flamey thing. Well, it's not really a flamey thing. It's a glowy thing of some kind. I don't know. Ah, so you're playing with Mateo. Okay, that's I was having a brain freeze there, Recoil. I couldn't remember Mateo. So apologies to Mateo. So bearded Celt. Oh gosh, what is it? Is it peanut butter or is it just butter or something like that? That's like a phrase that Marco uses all the time, right? Bearded Celt. Again, I've never seen any of the videos, but that's kind of what I hear. When like people will be joking, and they'll be kind of joking with them, and they'll use the term butter. So I think that is something that he uses a lot in his videos. Again, my apologies. I don't get to see other people's videos at all. Because again, most of the time I'm making them here, and there's no time to watch anybody else's. I was wondering, Artemichael, does he stream at all? I think he used to stream when we started, right? Actually, Vilfred, I don't think well, I'm just hoping that the business is doing so well for Stila that basically she A has no time to stream and B it's going so good she doesn't need to stream. Let me hit some more. Is that getting to be too much there? Let me try some more of that over here. Is that getting to be too much on that brush? Nah. Oh, by the way, I started using this is a new 18-0 here. The one that I've been using, it's getting pretty much into that range of second line service. It's not really a front line service brush anymore. Let me roll in some more of that light there. More of that red over here. One hour 23 minutes ago, how much paint was on this? There was none. There was some dark brown primer, but that was it. I guess you just have to eat a whole bunch of garlic there, Artemichael. Yeah, eat a whole bunch of garlic and then the skeeters won't want to eat you anymore. And by whole bunch of garlic, I mean something that would just like incinerate 100 vampires on contact. I think around my window air conditioners, I've got multiple layers of foam, both the soft foam and the hard type of foam, and heavy duty tape. I mean, like the stuff you're supposed to like repair roofs with. It leaves behind all kinds of residue and it looks terrible, but it works very well. That kind of is what matters. might go with some sort of like energy crackly things here, something like that, so that it's not looking so much like a lava mace here or something. So the Suns, oh, it's getting to be very late now in quarter number 4, and the Suns still have that 15-point lead. Crucial game for the doggies. First bounce is in 9 minutes. Recoil. Well, recoil. It's sort of like we're doing a live podcast of the game. Again, your source for all things Aussie rules football is the Wampelville Sports Network. And of course, we report the news before it is news. Oh, no problem there, Rico. I know you don't want to get distracted there because that could lead to some deaths there, some premature character deaths. And of course, the talk of the week was all about Darcy and the return of Darcy, and we'll see if that kind of continues. And Gold Coast, I think they just maybe kicked a major because they lead by 20 now. I think GWS is being a wee bit inaccurate. Okay. Now over here, let me see if we can. Where's my indigo here? We need to really start to reinforce some heavy duty dark here. Also, we got some straps there. Let's hit those. Here. Yeah, I'm guessing maybe that is skin tone or something under it. I just can't tell. I have no idea what's going on with most parts of this sculpt here. Yeah, this is from Mantic, new release for their Halo game. Now, Val Fairby, have you seen any kind of playthrough videos of this or anything like that to see? I know you didn't end up getting the miniatures there, but has it kind of gotten legs as far as a game system goes, or is it more just well, we have this Halo property, and people say, ooh, Halo, but not lots of people are playing it. Is there? Yeah, we need to get a little bit of our dark down in there. Anyway, we're gonna be getting some other stuff in there. Maybe some greens. We're gonna get some more blues in there too. I still remember the game Recoil against Sydney. And that must have been the one last season where you said, well, I said something like, well, they're either going to win by 50 or they're going to lose by 60. And you said, guess what the score is? And I said, well, it's going to be one of those big numbers. And you said, yes, it is. So thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for posting the Linseed Fellowship channel. Oh, that's not the right sticker. This is the one. So the Linseed Fellowship. Again, you want to watch this being painted after this here. Again, they can't put them on Twitch anymore. They are going here. There are no ads on this channel because that's not what it's for. That channel is just there to store my old Twitch sessions, like what I used to be able to do here, which of course we can't do anymore. So Recoil says that it must be doing okay, if not really good. It's got to be doing reasonably well. Actually, oh yeah, today Recoil I got just a couple of test Beasterium files. That's it. Yes, a couple of Beasterium files. Just some regular small miniatures there. They had like a coupon code or something like that. So I got a few of them. So thanks again for the birthday present. That's kind of the first files that I've gotten with it. Yeah, I never printed out any Beasterium stuff before, so we'll see what those are like. And again, if you want to be able to see sessions like this, well after the stream is over, whatever, that is where you're going to have to go. And again, there will not be any ads there ever, because that's not what it's there for. I have the whole other YouTube channel, so there's no need to be putting any ads or whatever there. Yeah, I figured Michael, because it's actually Michael, that I ran across a bunch of stuff of theirs that looks an awful lot like Trench Crusade. Now, maybe I'm just kind of interpreting things there, but it sure looked an awful lot like Trench Crusade. Don't know if that stuff, you know, it kind of does fit their vibe anyway, so it's no big deal. But I was just like, oh, I wonder if they were doing that. And then out comes Trench Crusade. Yeah, Recoil, thanks again, appreciate that. And actually, some of that also went to what the heck? Oh, the Cathay, the new Warhammer, or was that the Old World Army, so that we can do a whole bunch of vids and sessions on that. So nice to see you there, Slang. And of course, Sleepy Slang, you want to post anything in the chat there, please go ahead. So it says 138 until first bounce there, Recoil. And I think it's 21, it's 22 points now. Oh, and they're 5 minutes into the fourth quarter. So it's setting up pretty well for the doggies here, Recoil. No problem there, Sleepy Slang. I mean, if they can't make this happen, Recoil, then there ain't gonna be no premiership. So it was initially Penitent Crusade, and then they kind of converted something. Did they give him more like World War I-ish type weapons there, Artemichael? It seems like it was more like actual Crusades, and then they kind of modernized some of the weaponry. Just gonna use Mr. Blending Brush right there. So we are a mere 20 seconds away. So let's see how the lanky Englishman does, so to speak, their recoil on the center bounce. Again, you can see it. I can't. All I can see, I can't even see the score tracker. All I just see is the score. So yeah, I'm pretty much blind on this. So yeah, the Beasterium stuff definitely is, shall we say, it would need a whole bunch of Twitch clothes, as Stila might say. So yeah, that's not going to be something you'll ever really probably see on stream. I just got those for potential tutorial vids. I might print them out bigger. So yeah, I probably won't print them out as regular figs. I'll probably print them out larger. So now Arda Michael, I guess as someone who does supports, how are their supports? Which may not really matter because if I'm printing them out at 72 mil, I'll be doing my own sports anyways. So it is still, well, I guess the doggies strike first there, recoil. Got to start this early, right, recoil? And no letting up. You got to keep that percentage going. Come on, more of that light over there. Yeah, that's uh, Arda Michael. It's kind of funny. What would you say? What would you say? A little bit of the when I saw your thing where it said especially fails. I saw weapons and limbs especially fails instead of flails. A little bit of a Freudian slip there, right, Arda Michael? Because that's actually what I thought you were using, a little bit of a turn of phrase right there, which kind of is. I will work down here now, I suppose, getting some of this, some of these later edges up here. Okay, we're going to be coming back into this with other colors here, just trying to expand on. Yeah, we just wanted to just be a bunch of blues on one side, a bunch of, well, again, we have to make this even more of a reddish type color here. Yeah, Arda Michael, essentially what I do is, well, since I'm using the, actually, I looked for that, for my usual smoky black. I don't even see it. I'm not even sure they make the smoky black Soraya simple anymore. All I saw was clear and then a billion different versions of the gray. And that's gone back up again. I mean, it doesn't really matter because, well, I haven't actually printed out anything in weeks until yesterday, and even that was just a bunch of BFG stuff. Oh, okay, so that was the end of the third quarter. That was not the fourth quarter. So, end of the third quarter, 22-point lead by the Suns over the Giants. And we'll be coming back and forth into here a bunch. Mostly because I have no idea what any of this stuff is. We also have to get our, there's some kind of like white war paint type stuff on his head too. We'll get some of that on there. Not sure what's going on with that. I wasn't really sent a whole lot of images except for the two that you see on the in the corners. That's all I have to work with. So I don't have anything else to work with besides those. But yeah, I guess this game is doing reasonably well. I mean, it's no guarantee that even a kind of big name property is going to do well. I don't remember that they also had. I think they had like a Hellboy game or something like that. That was really more of a board game, I think. Well, look at this. First two goals of the game go to the doggies. Although GW, oh no, it is the start of the fourth quarter, and GWS has just tightened that score. Okay, again, we will have to be coming back into here with even more of our red, but we've got to let that set. There's way less shiny stuff going on, especially up here. There was a lot more shiny stuff going on before. Now we'll try and ramp up a little bit more some of the blue in some of these areas, especially where we might have, some of the proverbial sky colors hitting here. That's your manganese blue and Prussian blue right there, by the way. Let's give me some of that over here now. So yeah, now we're really starting to see some of the blue. Let's get some of that maybe over here too. So yeah, I guess we're going to have to go on watch now again for Soraya Simple Gray, because that's now jumped back up in price again. I mean, it happens. It does that. Comes up. It comes down. Man, it's always hilarious that even when you get it direct from Soraya Tech, it's shipped via Amazon. Yeah, a little bit more of the blue, and it's almost a bit like a glaze. The same kind of a glazy type thing that we're going to do with the red, but it's not really a glaze. It's really more just me dry brushing over the top of it. Because, again, they wanted this to be more of just like a metallic type color there. So that's what we're doing. Now, these Beasterium figs, what the heck were they? Like some Dark Elves or something like that. Some Drow, I think. Nothing too nuts. And again, I figured I would just get those. We'll see what they're like. If those are useful, we might get more. Where's my Protein Crimson? We'll get that mixed with... I gotta get that white off of the brush there too. 1 second here. There we go. No, it was just... yeah, it was, I think it was 4 or 5 files or something like that. I just got... I think it was $12, and then there was like a 10% discount or something like that. For being basically a first-time buyer. So I thought, okay, I'll do that. We'll get some, see what they're like. Actually, Landras, did I see that Highland Miniatures as a High Elf Dragon that's for July or something like that? I think I might have seen something like that for Highland Miniatures. Also, I don't know if you saw Landras. It looks like Printing Goes Ever On is pretty much given up on Lord of the Rings stuff. Now, I mean, there's not really a whole lot left that he can do. I mean, he's kind of done most of the stuff already. So yeah, unfortunately, Printing Goes Ever On again. I have plenty of fantasy figs from a bunch of other things. So Slang, I wasn't wrong, because I think I saw that in the, oh gosh, was it an email that he sent today or something? So yeah, I think he's doing like a Goblin customizer something for the Mines of Manzar. And then that might be it for his Lord of the Rings stuff. How you doing there, 10K? So happy Sunday there, 10K. Hopefully you're having yourself a fabulous morning there. So yeah, 10K. We've been painting these crazy Zygomores here. Speaking of crazy miniatures right there, and this Thursday, our birthday stream, something a little bit different. First time I painted something Babylon 5 in many, many years. Yep, Sleepy Slang. Basically, I'm just kind of glad I got that stuff when it was there to get. I'm not even sure, is Kurzlook still doing Lord of the Rings stuff? Because it kind of seems like it's more like Lord of the Schmings. Thanks, Slang. Appreciate that. Slang, we don't concern ourselves with the minor passage of time like humans do. Like even those that they call themselves elder gods, it's like, oh wow, you've been around like 10 eons. Wow, big deal. Hold my beer. Yes, those of us who really are the true old ones. We don't even recognize the passage of time. It's just kind of it's like so 300 million years ago. I mean, like whatever. It's like when we used to hang out with the dinosaurs doing stuff. We tried to warn them about the asteroid. They wouldn't listen. Things happen. All of a sudden, there were mammals. Let's see if we can darken that down a little bit more here. Oh, well, that's a little bit of a turn right there. All of a sudden, the Giants, 10 minutes into the quarter number 4, now have a 2-point lead. And then the Doggies' little march has kind of stopped as well. They still got a 10-point lead there. So yes, this getting into the top 8 is kind of predicated on Gold Coast actually winning that game. What do we got going here? A little more dark there? Sure, fine, whatever's. We retreat now. Let me start fooling around with this thing here. Where's my Windsor Red? Mixing that up with that. I think it's the permanent alizarin. Okay. I think that's going to kind of do it there. Alright, let's try that. So again, we appreciate all the folks that came in and hung out with me on the birthday stream there. That was super fun. And again, got to paint Babylon 5 for the first time in a long, long, long time. I still got to find that that Battlestar Galactica file there, Valfera. I'm pretty sure I got that from Game Buddy, so I don't even know if that was like a My Mini Factory file. Unless hopefully you can. I think it's was it printed, sir? printable scenery or something like that. That's kind of like Lost Kingdom, not Lost Kingdom, Last Sword, where they kind of have their own, basically their own website where it's all stored there. I guess the two that I kind of really worry about then, Sleepy Slang, is, well, three. Navarette, Dandelion, and Middle Earth, and Diwali, because, well, I guess Diwali has done some fantasy things. They've done some non Lord of the Rings stuff, but Dandelions and Middle Earth, I don't know if they've done anything that wasn't Lord of the Rings. Landrest, I still got, I think I've only ever printed two of the ships. And I got, what, 13 from printable scenery? There's the one galleon that I wanted to print. Actually, Landrast, I wonder if like the really fancy galleon. I wonder if I should print that in zero point zero 0.08 layer height. Yes, it'll take longer, but I don't know. It might just be worth it, wouldn't you think, Landrast? Again, trying to work in some of the darker reds here on some of these crazy elements. We'll have to come back in with some more of our light stuff too. But this is a super translucent red that we're putting on here. So it looks okay. So the doggies, they were able to scrape back one of those points. And Gold Coast still has their lead again now. So yeah, here, look at this. We're just taking that. That's just a dry brush there. But that alizarin is so translucent, it looks like it's some kind of glaze. It's not a glaze. You know what, Landreth, then, oh, that's an experiment that's going to happen. I mean, if they kind of are making things with that sort of in mind, we got to give that a try then, Landrast. Actually, Landrast, well, hey, look, you're going to get some homework there. Just shoot me a reminder. Say, hey, try that zero point 0.2 layer height on the printable scenery. See what happens. I mean, who knows? Maybe it works great. Maybe it works just okay. Maybe it don't work at all. So again, doing much darker reds here. We kind of had to go a little bit lighter. And now bend back again, a little bit darker. There's another major by the doggies. So now up by 16. Let's work this in here. I just figured Landress, doing the more elevated layer type stuff on, say, those ships, it's only going to make it easier to paint. So, okay, so it adds a little bit of extra time onto the print. It really doesn't add that much. Now, again, the 0.2 nozzle, we'll see what happens with that. That might be a little different animal right there. So yeah, we'll probably get a little bit more of our lighter red down in there, but here, let's swing back around to this, and let's see if we can maybe get some other things here that are not the same color. Try this, try some of this green in here, see what happens. A little bit of this green in here. Not that we want things to be green, it's literally just to get another type of color in here so that it's not just all various shades of bluish gray. Might even need to start thinking about a little bit of get reflected light there too. So again, we're doing a little something different there. Now it looks like the Giants and the Tigers both kicking goals there. Nope, nope, nope. Over here. Get a little bit of that up in there too. Okay, good. I'm trying to think the last time we worked on just a miniature. Obviously, we've done even the Zygomores. Those were still 28, 32 mil scale, but they're a little bit bigger. I'm trying to think the last time we worked on something quite this small, I guess you could say would be the mounted baristas. Is probably the last time we worked on something that wasn't quite that big. Yellow ochre. Where's there it is. Van Dyke brown. Some of the yellow ochre. And that's almost got a little bit of a yellowish brown to it there. Fine, I'm going to throw some more of that over here too. Also over here. Seems, and you know what, actually that is not, that's got to be some kind of a suit or something like that, because I'm seeing these little lines. So that's definitely not going to be any kind of skin or fur or something like that. So I feel okay about making that something a little bit different. Eh, not sure. I think I still got to try and get something lighter here for that skin tone. Let me try this. See if this is good enough. I can't go too far with it because then the white war paint stuff, whatever, that's not really going to show up very much. So we're a little bit kind of hog-tied there on some of the glow stuff. And that too much. Oh look, it's like we have an eraser, because we do. Basically just works like an eraser. Violet and the radiant green here. Let me just throw a little bit of thinner on that to kind of break that down over a course of time here. That's a little bit of our radiant green. It's got some of the violet mixed in there too, which creates radiant gray. So yeah, it's it seems like there was a little bit of an initial rush. Now, I don't know if you see the score of the Giants game there, Recoil. That is not that's not quite going the way that one is supposed to. Because GWS actually has themselves a lead there. I guess we'd just say that they're having a decent run at it there, recoil and kind of keeping the ball in that forward 50. Back to some of this medium, kind of almost again greenish type color here. Ooh, that's is another goal there for GWS. So it may all be a moot point here. Recoil was looking, boy, the Suns, the Suns are setting. Recoil, they had that good start to the season, but well, let's put it this way: the Doggies might be taking their spot in the 8. At the rate the Suns are setting. I mean, I don't know if they were like playing West Coast 10 times in a row to start the season or something. Thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the Patreon page. We just posted our latest video there just yesterday, I think. We're going to be, again, doing one of the Zygomores. We're doing like a little mini 2-part series on that. So that we can have a little bit of a pre-glaze type style video there on the Patreon page. See if we can't pick up a little something there. Couple of little pieces on that panel there. Not really sure that's more part of the suit or part of the hair, not sure. Well, now that the Giants are in 3 figures, I think I don't think the Doggies are cracking that top 8 there. Because they ain't going to have enough points to do that, percentage or not. Did we? Oh, didn't get this part over here. So again, I'm trying to get some of this later stuff on whatever this is. Did I get too light on that one thing? Well, we can always again come back and take some of that away. So again, the Patreon page, you do the Army Painter pledge level, you got yourself quite a few videos you're going to have to watch, because you're getting every single video that I've ever made since 2013. And we've tried to calculate it. The best, closest calculation we can come to now is about 2,400 hours worth of videos, and that's 100% legit there. Yep, there's going to be at least that much, possibly more. Could be more like 2,500, especially since every month about 20 hours worth of new vids are released. I'm pretty sure it probably equals like the next 12 Patreons combined as far as how much stuff you're going to get. And you need to have all that older stuff, because we're constantly building on the older stuff with the new stuff. So we'll take maybe something that we tried a while back and we'll say, okay, what if we add this to it? or I'll test out techniques that end up being used in an army painting series. So you need to see where we first tried out that technique in the original video. It gives you a whole lot more context for it when it comes to then the Patreon vid or the army painting series. Okay, those are starting to get a little bit sharper up there now. Yeah. Nah, that's too thick there. Oh, what's going on with this here? Again, if there's like a bazillion buckles and straps here, it's gotta take this guy about 15 hours to get dressed here or something. Let me get rid of that. Nope. Got a whole bunch of stuff sitting on that brush. None of it is needed. Okay, now I think I got that figured out. There's a whole bunch of extra stuff on there. Also, this stuff here, that's gonna go bye-bye. Now over here, we gotta figure out what is happening with this here. I think we need to go later. Maybe I'll put a little bit of the fluoro in there. And some of the orange. That's fairly light. Let's see what that's gonna do. Gonna keep really getting more of that down in there. And now let me see if I can try to do some of these little crackling energy type things here. Maybe. Okay, now I'm starting to see the crackling energy type stuff happening. That's good. Because it just wasn't making any real sense. That the shape is a bit funky for for this being like a glowing thing. So we're trying to make do what we can. That's gonna get erased. Didn't like how that turned out, and actually that worked out good. Yep, we'll work it up that way too. Got the same thing we did over there. Let's see if we can do that on this side too. And there. I could still technically actually go even a little bit lighter than this. This ain't straight up white. It's close, but it's not straight up white. Yep, now definitely starting to see some kind of crackling energy stuff going on with these things. And definitely a weird little weapon right here. And I want, well, okay, I'm just gonna put this on here, and then we'll do our same thing with our red. We'll just dry brush some red over the top of that. Where we're trying to get this on these coils here. Trying to get some more of this down on his feet there. Some of that orange. And a bit of our floral red too. That might be a little bit much. I'm gonna back away a little bit to something like this. There's my red. Hopefully the consistency is what we need. Nope, too light still. Well, nice to see the doggies getting the first score of quarter number 2. However, I think the Giants have their game in hand. So there will be no advancement in the standings there for the doggies, but they still got to win this game. There's a. Can you see it? Okay, you can see that. Yeah, there's a panel here that does need to be lighter for sure. All right, and oh yeah, this there's a panel line over here too. Let me get this one. That is pretty darn close to our light source here, so that should definitely catch some light here. Now I'm starting to feel it there. Maybe on the bottom part of that panel there, sure. Can you see our floor here? Yeah, I'm gonna try and get some of the lighter orangey red on the floor too. Ah, there we are. Gonna sneak that all the way down into here, and then some more of it over there. Because we also need to kind of maybe start constructing our little cast shadow over here. I mean, there's not a ton of it, but there is some. Again, trying to sneak Mr. Brush down in here. We will use this as a blending brush to take some of that away now. Just kind of stippling that around. And again, the light's sort of sneaking through here a little bit. Not a bunch. A little more extra light on that coil there. What about these edges here? Let me... That might not quite be thin enough. It's almost there. It's almost there. Alright, this coil here. Let me try to get some of this lighter stuff on that coil here. A little bit right over there. Some of that over here. Catching those little edges. A little bit more of our... Yep, we gotta put an edge down here too. Subtle, but still need an edge there. And there's all these panel lines and everything else here, so we gotta make sure we get those. And again, 2 hours 17 minutes ago, this was just dark brown primer. There was no source lighting. There was none of our non-metallic stuff going on. None of those things. A little of our orange here on some of our crackling energy stuff, because we don't want that to, again, to be a kind of a weight. Right, we want that to have a color to it. Maybe this would project a little bit onto the handle or whatever we got going on here. I'm not really sure if he has glowy eyes or not, but I'm just gonna... I think we'll do some regular eyes for him, I guess. Almost got that first one. Okay, there's the first one. Okay, looks like we got those. And also, too, there's supposed to be some kind of white war paint on them, so we cannot get too light with the face. If we do, that is just not going to show up very much. Okay. You know what? We have to darken this panel here. So this gets darker. The other panel needs to get lightened up. Let's change that around. So we're going to darken that. And then we will lighten this here. Okay, now that's starting to make a little more sense. This is a little lighter. Little lighter here on that. Okay. Also, maybe let's get these panels here a little bit later because they are again closer to our source. I think there's a few more little things going on down here that could maybe also be catching some of that light. Come on, there we are. There's a two panel edges here. First we'll hit that, and then maybe this one. Also, perhaps later. Nah, not on that side. Nope, not all the way over there. I'm going to get some more of my Windsor Red out here. So that would be this here, Windsor Red. It's effectively a Naphtol. It's not exactly that, but it's close enough. Now there will be like all the shiny stuff there. That is because of that permanent crimson color. That's what we can hit with our Army Painter Anti-Shine. And I did get some of the... Well, where is it here? Is this the new stuff? Yeah, so it still pretty much works the same way, even though it goes on like Elmer's glue, right? It doesn't go on clear anymore like it used to for, well, the entirety of the existence of that. I'm going to be sneaky here. I'm going to get a little bit of the orange into that red here. So as the doggies now break out to a 31-point lead, so Darcy is impacting the game. He's got himself 14 points. And now some of the other usual suspects like Riley Weston, Marcus kicking some goals. More of that red out here. So out here, it's kind of lighter and opaque. Over there, it's actually a little bit darker. So we're kind of trying to equalize some things here a little bit. Nice to see there's surface tension. So happy Sunday, there's surface tension. I wasn't sure if you're still dealing with the giant death orb in the sky. And of course, if you want to share any of your oil painted miniatures in the chat, please go ahead and do that. I'm going to try tone down maybe some of the lighter stuff that's down in here a little bit, maybe. Like so. Yeah, surface tension, I mean, that would, that could be lethal. Prolonged exposure to the death orb. Everybody check out that link that Surface Tension just posted. Again, some super fabulous miniatures there. Nice to see you again, Doji. So, of course, happy Sunday there, Doji. I wasn't sure if you're still working on your 1-to-1 scale project there. Yeah, so this is from Mantic Games. That's part of their Halo game there. They wanted this to be like a reddish orange OSL type thing, so well, that's what we're giving them, right, Doji? And of course, Doji, if you want to share some of your fabulous oil painted miniatures, please do that. Surface tension, that is no easy task. Those, yeah, that's not an easy thing to do. Today I was just digging up some more roots. Let's see, was it 95 degrees today? So that's what about, is that about 37, 38-ish Celsius there, surface tension? Yeah, surface tension, those 1-to-1 scale terrain projects, right, Doji, those don't go fast. And they usually, they expand to other things too. They have a tendency to was it scale creep or whatever, or power creep in gaming? Yeah, terrain project or 1-to-1 scale terrain projects have a tendency to creep also. Nice to see you there, Inganes. Everybody please give Inganes a follow. Of course, Inganes, if you want to share some of your oil painted stuff in the chat, we got all the oil painters in the chat now. So Inganes, where you're going to be streaming today. And again, everybody please give Inganes a follow, and of course, please post your oil painted stuff in the chat. Yeah, when we were doing the home remodeling stuff, wallpaper was always the demon. The demon wallpaper. Now, well, that's good, Doji. Actually, Doji, I still haven't had a chance to take the irrigation system out of the box yet. But at least all of the seedlings, they continue to, they're still coming up. So we will have things to plant out there. Whether or not they survive out there, that's a whole nother thing, right, Camda? Everybody's favorite Magpies fan. How you doing there, Camda? And of course, Camda, if you want to share some of your oil painted stuff there in the chat, please go ahead. Yeah, surface tension. That was it has a tendency to cling on for dear life, doesn't it? Oh, no problem there, Inganes. But again, you want to share stuff in the chat, please go ahead. And everybody check out that Instagram link that Doji just shared. As the doggies continue to pile it on, they now have a 45-point lead. Here's hoping that they can just keep kicking those goals. Again, with the results of the GWS game, they're probably not going to get into the top 8 even if they win, but you still got to keep winning these games. Surface tension, we had 1970s style wallpaper here with giant blue flowers, and I mean gigantic dark blue flowers. I think in the living room there were these weird brownish green flowers. They were kind of like Nurgle flowers. Yes, it was Nurgle before there was Nurgle. Recoil. I think Gold Coast thought they might have had that game wrapped up too. They can't fool around, right? Recoil. No fooling around. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Camda just shared. And of course, there was that I was talking about on the stream last night. The geography channel there, which basically was declaring over and over again that yeah, they declared a certain northern city not a major city. They said, yeah, Darwin does not count as a major city. And they said that there's basically never going to be any. I guess there has been talk of trying to create bigger cities up north, but his claim was that that's never going to happen. That the geography and the environment just don't support it. Let me work in a little bit more of my minor stuff right there. Looks like another goal. So it might be 60. I wouldn't mind 100 points at halftime there, Recoil. See, I wouldn't be opposed to that. It's some kind of glowing mace or something like that, Camda. Again, all I know is that it was supposed to have kind of a reddish orange glow to it, and then he has to have brown skin, and he's supposed to have this white, some kind of white war paint on him. But yeah, Recoil, they had all kinds of fancy stuff planned for at the GABA there. They had the whiteout, well, what they called a whiteout. Again, Penn State. Oh yeah, well, you should Google Penn State there, Recoil. When there's about 106,000 people at night, all wearing white, waving white towels and screaming at the top of their lungs. Go ahead and take a look at that. Camda, I was wielding one of those earlier to get rid of some tree roots. So yeah, I'll have to call it that from now on, Camda. Yes, I was wielding the mighty war spade. Get this green into this brown over here. So it is a very weird looking weapon. Again, I don't know anything about Halo. So whatever this is, that's what it is. Now Aussie rules, that's a whole different story, right? Recoil. I see there's another one of these little buckles that we missed, so we're gonna scare up some of this much lighter stuff up here again. Looks like Darcy. What? That's 3 goals. That's 3 goals for Sam Darcy, and what, his second game back now? Okay, there's that. Throw a little more of our light up there. Yeah, Cam does something like 2% of Australians live in that northern sector. He didn't even count, say, Brisbane as a northern city. Because he still said, well, yeah, it's in Queensland, but it's on the coast and it's pretty far south. So I'm not so sure how folks in Brisbane feel about that, but that also needs a little bit of a edge right there too. Yeah, this too. Actually, a whole bunch of these need some more edges and some reflective. Let me get some of this here green maybe down over here. So yeah, Camden, like during college football season, we talk about how there's, I believe, 13 different stadiums, and that's just college football stadiums that have over 100,000 fans for every game. I believe the Big Ten, let me see. So Ohio State, Penn State, Michigan. Well, actually, they just might get there, Recoil. They just might get there because I think they've expanded the lead to 56. We'll see if they can hang on to this narrow lead, Recoil, and manage to win this game. So yeah, Camden, I'm pretty sure that the Chicago metro area is somewhere around about 11 million people or so. City itself is only about 3.2 maybe tops. But in Waleslandia, St. David's at population 1,700 is a positive metropolis, right? Surface tension. It's a virtual metropolis. It's a mighty population center. And of course, that's counting all of the surrounding suburbs and all that, which that has expanded a lot. Actually, I think. Well, I'm not gonna say anything gonna jinx it, but I'm pretty sure the Tigers have not. I think they've only managed one behind the entire second quarter here. So surface tension, if you got close enough with the Royals, tight enough with the Royals, then you could have your own surface tension city. They would just declare it so. And now again, that's a sizable part of the state there. I don't know exactly what the population of, say, just California is. I think New York is probably about 30 some odd million, right? New York State. I believe the U.S. as a whole is somewhere in that 335 million. Let me see if I can't give me a little more. I don't know if we're going to go that light. Oh, well. You know, maybe that kind of sort of works being lighter there. Huh? All right, whatever. We'll go with that. Is it that whole Roundhead and Cavalier issue there, surface tension? Yeah. those pesky round heads. Let me work out a little more of this now. Nice to see you there, 8th Gate. Happy Sunday. Appreciate you being here, 8th Gate. I hope that all is well, of course. So I guess the injury bug is starting to take place now, Recoil. Now Trelaw is off, and he missed a whole bunch of time right at the early portion of the season. So the injury thing comes back again. And I think he's actually the second player to be injured. They're going to be running out of guys. Now, of course, it could depend on what that is. He might have just gotten himself a little knock on the head or something like that. What was it? Oh, yeah. Battlefield Britain. That father and son team. They did, I think, 2 episodes on that on those that conflict there. Let's see. I'm gonna fine. Yeah, we need that panel separated anyways. Okay, so it is halftime, so I can bring up my reference here. Oh, there's a whole... Okay, well that actually helps. Well, there's all kinds of white here then. All right. This also was white here. There's like white around his nose. There's white around his eye here. So yeah, the great metropolis of 1700 and the little village of 250,000, right? Surface tension. Well, let's see now. Of course, well there is a naval base there, right? Surface tension. Or am I thinking the Northampton shipyards? I wonder if that's gonna be late enough. Oh yeah, okay. Well, that might actually get a little bit too late. Again, I only have just the references you see on the screen. Those are the only ones I've got. Okay, so well, that's a decent sized little town there. That's getting maybe too late there, but we'll be coming back probably with some darker glaze stuff out there anyways. No big deal. Not a problem. Oh, actually, yeah, let's get some dark down on our floor here. Let's do that. Where's my Perline Crimson? There it is. Also going to get me a little bit of the indigo in there. Also got to get the white off of this here brush. No, I'm thinking. Sorry, surface tension. I just got it mixed up with something else. Yeah, sorry about that. No, my bad there. I was thinking of another city. What are we doing over here? Darken you down a little, and now down here. That needs to basically be kind of a shadow type thing there, because not getting hit by the light at all. Let's see if we can get a few little separations here in this coil, like you do. And here.
So say we all.
Thank you so much, Practical Dice. Appreciate that. Happy Sunday morning to you. So thanks so much for being here, Practical Dice, and appreciate the sub. Thank you so much. This is slightly different from yesterday's subject. Just a teensy bit. Um, and I'm still, those colors on that first one, those are still trying to dry from last week. So again, we said it was probably gonna be a while before those dried, and I wasn't kidding. I still think the whole pre-glaze thing that definitely had something to do with that, though. So Practical Dice, thanks again. Appreciate you being here. Here's hoping all goes well on this Sunday morning for you. Here's hoping folks maybe have some miniature painting or game playing planned for the weekend. Now on this side, let me see if I can't take some of the, here we go, some of this. We will break some of that down. Can we just create a little bit of a, almost like a dry brush here on this shadow side? Sort of, yeah. Now I need to somehow still get a little bit more of my yellow going in here, or orange, sorry. So Practical Dice, I don't know if you saw some of the latest YouTube videos there, but Kathy's sister sent me a whole bunch of gambling colors. Now these are really just a whole bunch of cadmium colors, cobalts, like cobalt green. Never even heard of cobalt green before. So we did a video using those, and then I thought, well, okay, people usually don't get a chance to see super expensive paints in action. Also, it's kind of one of those things where you have now indisputable proof there, Practical Dice, where you can say, we can tell people like, yeah, it's going to take a long time to dry. Here we can say, all right, it's taken weeks to dry, so now there will be no question about how the difference between the alkyds and the regular paint. Now, of course, there's a difference in not just price, but also in the intensity. So even in this one here, the intensity of those non-alkyd colors is just immense by comparison. Because again, some about two of the colors, no, actually three of the colors that we used, those three colors combined cost more than all of the Paul Rubens sets, all three of them. And that would just be three paints. And again, we saw a lot of use on these. Again, the intensity is definitely there. So see you later there, Doji. So that was number 3. So we've done 3 of those now. Again, it's kind of a grand experiment, and it's certainly been interesting results, no doubt about it. That goes. Oh, I was explaining Tuesdays to Kathy's family. Surface tension. Oh, I think it was last week or something like that, and they really liked the idea of that. More Tuesdays, more better, right? Surface tension. And where's our first one here? Here was the first one that we did, and I mean, even just the cobalt, that man, that's practically bouncing off of the screen right there. That's just so much intensity, all the cadmiums and cobalts and everything. But here, this is all the alkyds. We're back to alkyds here. Now, of course, a combination of them is not a bad thing. Nothing wrong with a combination of things. You use a little bit of alkyds and such, whatever. Maybe then a few of the regular oil paints. I think we need to ditch that Greco-Roman calendar, right? I think it's time to ditch that. The Roman calendar, yeah. Let's get rid of that. Let's impose the Wapellian calendar. Surface tension. I think that's most appropriate. Now, of course, you might have 75 days in 1 month, but again, it's a calendar designed for convenience. You can't beat that. All right, let me get some of my orange here. Still got to get that dark out of the brush there. There we go. That seems pretty light there. Surface tension, I would not mind a flexible day length. Given that just a few hours after the stream ends here, that's when we have our family gathering. So unless we want to be sleep streaming, we're gonna need maybe some Tuesdays involved. Again, a Tuesday it's a special declared extra day, and you can do whatever task needs to be done on that day. Now, Armored Wolf and I, we are petitioning for unlimited Tuesdays, which again, if you suddenly notice that your calendar on the wall doesn't really match what's going on, yep, your calendar still says July, yet there's 5 inches of snow on the ground. That might be because we may have called a Tuesday or 2 or 3. I catch a couple of lights along the edges of these things here too. Sure, why not? Well, of course, Canva, they're free to call their own Tuesdays. which means at some point, like 3,000 years from now, we might actually get through 2025. It'll be like a day on Venus. There you go. So surface tension says the precedent is there. The precedent is there. So I think that confirms it then. Surface tension, it should be definitely allowed. Well, Camden, why do you think that there is no aging in Wampleville? Hashtag no aging in Wampleville. And we'll work up a little bit more of it like that. Sit there. Yeah, Landrast, what was it? They're always, oh, the Fountain of Youth or whatever, right? That was what everybody was always searching for. But they never bothered looking in Wampleville, did they, Landrast? Although Camden might be trying to leak the secret here. Since there is no blinking allowed in Wampleville, that is why time does not pass the same way here. Boy, surface tension, it's been many, many, many years since I ever even thought about that movie. I think that was one that my mom liked a lot, if I remember right. I might try to catch the edge of this up here a little bit more. Yeah, something like that. So, man, how do you think we get to call the elder gods like young little whippersnappers there? You didn't realize that everywhere else it's somewhere like actually the sun is no longer even in existence anymore. It's already gone past its red giant phase. We just kind of skipped right past that. I think there's an yeah. Let's get a little bit more of a like run the under edge of that. Bringing this up a little more here. Yeah, right along this line. We might have to come back with our dark again and separate some things. That's all right. Ah, whatever these crazy things are over here. That this is a whole bunch of buckles or something like that. Again, it's got to take this guy like 3 weeks to just get his clothes on. There's another one of these right there. Now look at this. Speaking of the passage of time, we're just about to hit the 3 hour mark. We did the dark primer stuff on this. So no pre-glaze here. And not like what we did with all the Zygamores. At some point tomorrow, or it could be in the wee hours of Monday morning, I'll be recording Another another video that will have most likely that's going to have pre-glaze. If it's another one of the Zygamores, that will have pre-glaze on it. I will try and get my light down here on this crazy little coil thing again. Also, there is a panel line here. Let me see if we can do this. So we definitely we prefer the dark primer method. That was about three of us that kind of conducted a full-on experiment there, especially with Ryan and stuff. And well, we all said, well, did you notice just how much speed efficiency happened with the darker primer? Everyone noticed the same thing. Now, maybe the number was a little bit different, but it was significant, as in like orders of magnitude faster. And that's not drying time. There was the drying time too, but definitely the painting time was reduced by quite a bit. See if I can work in more of this over here. You know what? A couple little edges along this too. I mean, all these things, if they're going to be a hard surface, guess what? We need to get some kind of edges on those. Even the stuff back here. Nah, not with this. Let's get some of our white maybe mixed with some of our greenish stuff. Over here, got more crazy little buckles and such. More little edges and such. Oh, look, there's more down there. And the youngster, Buku, gets himself a goal at 72-10 now for the doggies. That's the way to start that second half. Got to get to that 100-point mark there as fast as possible. Surface tension, that was the other thing that we noticed, was that new folks did not have to worry about what's a staining color, what's not a staining color, how long do you leave it on there before you wipe it away. So that was really surface tension. Wasn't that the vast majority of the questions? Always seemed to pertain to the pre-glaze stuff. Once we got rid of that, obviously there was other questions, but we eliminated a whole slew of the what's a staining color. Now, oh yeah, that's right. The stickers are in production. Our fabulous stickers for contrast is more than just light versus dark. So those are being made. Hopefully in maybe a week or two, maybe they'll be here. Yeah, Camden, and it makes sense because that's such a very very different way of doing things, right? So I can see why that would be confusing for folks. Gotta make sure we don't. Yeah, I'm gonna get too. Ah, this needs something. I will get my yellow ochre here. Maybe I'll combo that with this green. I don't know. Not sure why, but We might that make that more like a yellowish green. I don't know why. And again, everybody, please check out Armored Wolf on Etsy. Fabulous dice bags, all things leather, and much more. Have a good stroll with the hound there, Surface Tension. Of course, thanks for being here. Well, I guess Armada Mondays. Now, it could be a later start for Armada Mondays. We will see how that goes. But that is a possibility that Armada Mondays is a little bit of a later start. I know we've been trying to gravitate towards earlier starts here of late. See what I did there? One last parting bit of wordsmithing for Surface Tension before heading out the door. So there, see, it's got a little bit of a brownishness there, more of the blue up there. I'm doing the same thing over here. So Landrest, when's the next time that there's going to be an M-Telly sighting over there in Landrastia? I think yeah, that's we'll just rename. Yeah, we'll rename that city Landrastia. A little more of that reflected light down over here. Just reasons. Or maybe raisins, I don't know. Yeah, we don't have as many hidden cameras over at M-Telly's house as we have over at yours, right, Landrast? We need to install more cameras. Let me also install a little bit more of this yellowish greenish light here. I guess does that qualify as the things you won't be able to unsee, Landrast? No, I think I'm gonna go a little bit later. Then we will come back with some darks over here on this whatever these wrappings here on whatever that is. Yeah, let's do that. Let's come back with, I don't know, maybe some of our Van Dyke browns, some of the indigo combined. That's essentially making almost like a black there, but not black. That does it. Yeah, I think that's what we wanted to see there. Also, sharper edge up there. I think there's a little recess in there. I had to kind of wait though. Oh yeah, also we wanted to get something a little bit darker on the hair. Yeah, that was starting to get super light all of a sudden. Let's tone that down. So we need to delete all of that footage then, Landrast, just for safety purposes. Also, there. So yeah, we've got quite the surge here by the Lions, actually scoring themselves 9 points here. So Valfair, hopefully, again, gravity has maybe taken a little bit of a break there. Who knew that gravity was such a fickle, hostile uh, creation there? I'm gonna take some of this now and just pull it across. So yeah, Valfair, unless what was it, flubber or something like that? The house made of flubber. Well, then you would just be bouncing around a lot. Maybe that wouldn't be a good idea. Now, what is a good idea here is, oh, actually, we should. Ooh, let's just start with this angle, maybe. Yeah, let's start with this angle, Valfira. Again, yeah. Boy, oh boy, that doesn't look anything like this, does it, Valfira? Yeah, we can sort of turn that source lighting on and off again, can't we? I think this is our, yeah, this is our new one right here. So yeah, Valfira, that's interesting. Very interesting to see. Now we got our pearly and crimson, combining it with our other red here. Yeah, Valfira, it's there's some times where it just does some really weird things, right? Where it'll make something just appear a whole lot lighter than it does with the color, or the other way around. So weird stuff like that too. Let me catch a little bit more of our dark there along those edges. We'll do the same over here. And well, we're past hour 3, Valferis, so we've got a fair amount of shading in pretty much all the different places too. I don't know about that. I'll throw a little bit of the red down in there too. Yeah, Valfer, it seems very different than what happened with the our Zygamores, right? Where just everything merged together. I mean, here at least, okay, there was still some of our shading that, but man, oh man, on those Zygamores, it's like all the shading just kind of vamoosed. Yeah, there's a bunch of the white in there because we're trying to obviously go more of a red and less of an orangey type stuff there. I wonder, is this too much of a mid-tone here? Maybe not. Maybe I go a little bit later with that here. Maybe we come back with some more darks too. I don't know. We'll do that. Now, what we really haven't done. Oh, here, let me get this. This is our fast mat void here to really try and pick up a couple of super light edges here. Let's break this down now. And that would be for up here where we really want to hit some lighter edges now. I mean, oh, yeah, we're over 3 hours in. We can start to think about maybe even a little, not necessarily chipping, but maybe a couple little scratchy marks here and there. Nothing wild and crazy, but a little something. Blending brush, where we at? There's what I'm looking for here. So I just chucked that little bit of light color on there. Now we're just going to take that and we're going to spread that around. Hashtag no layers, right? No layers. Whatever's going on with his fingers there, I'm not sure. That's kind of like an armored glove of some kind that he's got on. This over here needs a little something more. Let me do that. We're going to spread this out. A little something lighter over there. And then whatever these guys are, they need some stuff too. Yeah, it's they've actually, I believe, been outscored in this. Well, let's see. Yeah, 10-7 recoil. They've been outscored in this quarter here. I mean, it's not super devastating as far as maybe getting the win, but like we say with that percentage stuff. I don't know if those injuries have met, and I don't know if there were really any serious injuries or if it was just kind of like, okay, the guy's coming off the field for 5 minutes or whatever, or where they came off the field for good. There was a couple of those in the first half. The Adam Trelaw one, that's concerning because of, well, him being injured to start the season. Valfera, there was probably a whole bunch of stuff, and actually I did talk about that with somebody. There was some stuff that was really bizarre and garish in regular color. Because again, in black and white, anything that's blue just washes out. Anything that's red gets darker. So there could have been stuff that was green. There could have been stuff that was orange. Now, there you go. See, we speak it and it happens, recoil. So there you go. Your lanky ruckman gets him back on track there. Couple of more areas here again with our more extreme light. And also, it's the textures too. Velfer, even in live theater today, even in live theater full color, they have to like play an extreme game with the texture. Trying to light up this a little bit more right there too. also, that panel, we got a panel over here. So we got panels all over the place that we're trying to do here. Nice to see you there, Pascal. Everybody, please give Pascal rules a follow. So, Pascal, if you want to share some stuff in the chat, of course, like always, please do that. So, Pascal, our latest Zagamore was yesterday. Some pretty wild colors on that one. Cadmium oranges right next to cadmium green, right next to cobalt green. I mean, which was right next to enchantrine blue and phthalo green. So more wild colors. And of course, our birthday stream. A little bit of Babylon 5 right there. Again, it's been a long, long time since we had painted anything Babylon 5. And what was, oh yeah, so I guess one of the new releases for the for Mantic's Halo universe. Ah, there we go. Locky gets one. Recoil. All of a sudden back up to 65 points. Trying to get me a little bit more of that over here. Okay, there we go. Now, Pascal, were you going to be streaming today? Let me see. So his right hand there, yeah, it definitely seems like, yeah, you can tell Rico because there's sorry, Velfira. There's all kinds of stuff going on here. Whereas that definitely looks like regular fingers for sure. So I mean, they did. What would you say? Keep that consistent for sure. No doubt about it. So everybody, please give Pascal a follow. Actually, well, Pascal, is that backdrop all that's all done, right? The backdrop now. I know the in your last stream you were talking about the adjustments you wanted to maybe make to it and such, but I wasn't sure if that the backdrop part of that piece was now finished. And I think all of the different kind of color things you wanted it to do, I think I think it was definitely doing those things. Where you wanted those super subtle transitions, and then of course, setting up the foreground figures too. Now here's hoping that, and again, I thought it was a very nifty idea. I was hoping that that was something that you would think, yeah, okay, that worked out pretty well. Yeah, we're trying to create a little bit of a cast shadow over here. I'm going to take, again, just some of the indigo right here. Maybe even a little bit of the mangan. Oops. That is not going to be dark enough if we get the light in there. I'm waiting to do this for a little bit. There we go. So again, casting a bit of a shadow here. Like you do. So you can see it right there. You can see some of our orange kind of filtering through a little bit. I might try a little more of our orange. Riley West, another goal. Well, we're getting to that 100. We might make it. Let's see. No, we might make it at this quarter here. Recoil, it just might happen. Here's hoping. There's our orange, going to work its way through here now, all the way through. There we go. Ah, there. Oh, you can really see it now. But see how the edges kind of soften on our shadow too as it gets further and further away. Not as hard of an edge on that shadow. Yeah, that's gonna one, two, three. That's four goals, I believe. Well, Valfira, their coach, is well known for his adjustments, and he did just get himself a new contract. So Luke Beveridge is going to be in town for a while. Okay, they're again trying to couple a little bit of our mellow. Yeah, we need to do that here too. A whole bunch of little edges here we need to do some stuffs on. So let me see. There's probably about 5 minutes max left in this quarter. So can they do it? Can they reach that 100-point mark? Get a couple of goals? And let me go back with my manganese blue. Maybe a little bit of the Prussian blue. Let's bring out the Prussians here. So yeah, I think there was a little bit of lackadaisical going on there, Valfira. Again, I wish they could play every game at Marvel Stadium because they tend to score 100 points every time they're in Marvel Stadium. Also, as far as I know, the only indoor facility, at least so far. Now, again, they're building one down in Tasmania. At least I thought they were. Did we? Okay, there's another set of later edges I need to get over here. Oh, geez, a whole bunch of them over here. Now I forgot to mention the sleepy side. So yeah, Velfer, I had another one of those. The little the weight things for the was it those elastic bands? Another one of those snapped on the pretty darn new device. I'm telling you, one of these days. Ah, there we go. Another goal. We're just 3 points away from that century mark. Now, Blades, let's see. Now that I've got a couple of these super bright highlights on here, Velfer, let's see what happens with our film noir. See if those vamoosel at all. Now, let's orient this maybe this way. Let's try it this way first. Let's see what happens. We lose all of those blues. We lose all of the orange. Maybe I'll hold them like this way. Here, let's try this. Bring back our colors slowly. More, more, more. There we go. So again, that's it's pretty wild. Now let's try one from last night again. Man, that just with these things, it's these are like the total classic. Look at that. Even just at like 5-6%, we get closer to 50, almost at 50. There we are at 50 now. Look at that difference. Now I gotta show this again. Let me see if I can find. Nope, not this. No, not that either. Really. Let me try to. I'm looking here. Let me see if the. Nope, it's not in that one. I think I sent you that the new thing, Velfair. Ah, there it is. Yep. So contrast is more than just light versus dark. Now we are making our stickers. Those are going to be on the way soon. I will redo them. I'm glad I only did like a test batch of 50. So what I have to literally do is knock down the darkness of the red, because the reds there is a little bit. Obviously, they wanted it to be readable, even at that. But yeah, that's our newest sticker there. Contrast is more than just light versus dark. It's kind of interesting, Valefair, because even if they win this game, they are not. They're still not going to move up because GWS pulled off that win against the Suns. Now, of course, if the Bulldogs keep winning, who knows? They might actually pass the Suns. So yeah, Blades. I'm starting to come up with other ideas. Other little uses for the AI there. And obviously, do we make? No, I don't have that sticker here. Or do it? No. Well, of course, this is another one of the ones that Surface Tension made, and of course, Surface Tension made this. And we have this also as a sticker. So, well, they gave up a cheap goal right at the end of the quarter. That's always a no-no. Yep, those cheap goals right at the end of the quarter. And of course, Blades, if you want to share your Dragonfly again, please go ahead. And again, let's go. And if you do want to share anything, you can always do that. I guess now, if you do stream there, Pascal, what was going to be the kind of the primary goal there to hit on stream? Would it be the backdrop, or is the backdrop? You've been doing that offline, right? The backdrop, I think. I think you've been pretty much working on the figure itself on the stream. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Blades just shared. And everybody please give Blades 81 a follow. Oh yeah, this whole thing is a little bit smushy right here. We're gonna. Okay, that's a little bit better right there. Again, a little bit more of a solid edge. So Velfear, it's always a bounce. Yeah, every quarter begins with a bounce at center square. So yeah, it does definitely does not work like football here, Velfear. It's like a combination of rugby, uh, a bar fight, because you cannot. Well, you can sort of run with the ball. You can run. I think you can run 15 meters with the ball. That's it. Then you have to kick it or handball it to somebody else, or you bounce it on the ground. Again, you can handball the ball to somebody, but they can get tackled. The only way you can advance the ball and have free kicks is by kicking it. And that kick also has to go at least 15 meters. So there's no throwing the ball to anybody. There is no handing the ball off to anybody. There's no such things as downs. There's no such things as stoppage in play. If you need to use the opponent or one of your own teammates as a trampoline to get to the ball, that's just what you do. If you're laying there on the ground, they'll just play around you. So not advised to be laying around on the ground. And your typical NBA player wears more protective gear than they do, which is none. Soccer players wear protective gear. These guys wear none. Now, obviously, you do not have 350-pound, 6'9" defensive tackles coming at you. You don't have tight ends that are about 6'10" and 270 that run a 440 or something like that. Most of these most of these guys just look kind of like volleyball players. They that the one position they play here is punter. So that is their typical position. Oh, as Sam Darcy kicks goal number 4 to start quarter number 4, and there's your century mark recoil. There you go. So yeah, there's tons of them in college football, and it's actually changed the way punting works. Recoil for sure. Yeah, it used to just be that the guy was very static. He would just stand there, and it was all about hang time and everything else. But with the Aussie rules guy, they tried to do all kinds of crazy stuff with that ball. So yeah, you'll never see an Aussie rules player playing quarterback. You might see one of them playing free safety or something like that. I think actually the Bears punter recoil. He's an Aussie rules, and actually his proudest moment I think recoil was dropping a tackle on somebody. Yeah, that was his favorite moment so far. It wasn't any specific punt or something like that. It was actually being able to make a tackle on somebody. And as far as punters go, he is bigger than your average punter. Gonna work in a couple more Madurix over here where we got the glow here. And again, your Aussie Rules football coverage brought to you by the Wampleville Sports Network, where we report the news before it is news. Now we'll work in this right here. Actually, Recoil, a podcaster that I listened to, he saw the new Pope there. He had an audience with him, and the thing that he gave him was an autographed baseball from the 2005 White Sox. Because, well, he's from Chicago, and he is a Sox fan. Yeah, Velfira. It's a little bit different in college, right? Because in college, there's fewer business decisions being made in college, right, Velfira? Because you got a whole bunch of folks there that their chances of playing in the NFL are less than zero. Oh, geez, another injury here. So I don't know if that was a major one. So that's the third one now. So you'll have to let me know, Recoil, if that was anything serious or if that was just kind of a precautionary thing because, well, they have a 71-point lead, which didn't that, oh, that happened in the Essington game, didn't it? Yeah, they actually they took Bontempelli off, and I was like, wait a minute, what's going on here? Yeah, because it said Bontempelli off due to injury, and I was like, wait a minute, what's going on there? Well, for even with the NIL Velfair, there's still the vast majority of players will never qualify for any kind of NIL stuff, right? And I still think that the SEC is going to come up on the short side of that compared to the Big Ten, because the Big Ten just got more money than they do. So that NIL, it's kind of not working out the way they were hoping. It did initially, and I think now it's kind of starting to backfire just a little bit. And of course, they're also trying to make. I think they're trying to expand to a 16-team format, which would make it match up with division, the next division down. Okay, that's good there. Maybe a little bit further with that edge there too. Now this, once again, I think we got to get some darker stuff happening down here. I was almost tempted to, I might do that. Let me do that here. Let me get the, because I do have some of my water still, right? Let me check. Yes, I do. Okay, I guess our ration is now tainted, unfortunately. That didn't work out so well. So, yeah, no more ration for me because some of this acrylic paint water just spilled into it. So, remind me, don't have any of that. Oh, yeah, big difference. That was the original primer, by the way. It's kind of a bummer because I almost didn't get any of that at all. Alright, yeah, that's going to make a big difference over here too because look at our shadow. Now all of a sudden, look at that. See the difference? Here, let's bring this over like so. Take some more of that over here. Alrighty, there we go. So that does, well, look at that. Look at how that really starts to stand out, that edge right there. Okay, well, again, so much for the rest of our rations. Those are gone. We are still not even at hour 4 yet, but yeah, look at the now that this really started to that really got lighter. Wow. I mean, I knew it would, but sometimes it's like a film noir, right, Valfair? Seeing it makes all the difference. So see you later, Valfair. Well, let's just do one more quick. film noir here. It's just bizarre. Look at that. And now we're finally back to 100% there. So see you later, Valfira. I'll let you know how things go tomorrow. That is an. See, there's a couple other edges here that are kind of smushy, and that's like the best way I can describe it. You know what? That actually should catch a little bit of our red glow here if we can manage some of that right there. Not up there. That would get blocked. You know what? Oh, the underside of this should get lighter. That should get lighter. Let me break some more of this down. Because this is actually hitting the underside of that. Try this. Okay, that needs a little bit of our yellow, I think. Maybe some Indian yellow, too. Even got a little bit of my floral red. More of that orangey stuff in there. Ooh, this part of his arm here, I think the glow would reach that too. Hopefully not too light though. Nah, I don't think so. Okay. What do we got going on here? There's a little too much of the super light stuff all the way out to the edge here. I'll take away a little of that out here. That might be too light. I'm going to go more towards the red and a little something on the underside of each of these. Nice. We'll do some of that here. Also some here. Like you do. Ah, much better. There we go. Yeah, and then we'll let that set for a little bit and we'll come back and do a little bit more of our latest orange there. This also needs to get more of our red, orange, whatever here. Let's do that. There we are. I might, yeah, let's get a little of this on his fingers here. But you do get used to working with 3D printed stuff, and then anything that's cast, you can always tell that it's cast because it's a little bit smushier on details than anything that's that's 3D printed. Nice to see you there, Neshlin. Happy Sunday. Hopefully your Sunday's off to a fabulous start there, Neshlin. And now we're starting to kind of close in on hour number 4 here. Yeah, this started out with the darker primer method. Just the ebony flesh primer, that's it. Did the lighter dry brush type stuff to get underway. Did some glaze stuff after that. Let's keep working in our orange over there, sure. So next one, were you going to be doing any painting this weekend at all? Seems like just about everybody is doing one-to-one scale terrain projects these days. Even though it was it 95 today, I was still out there digging up tree roots. I'm gonna try and catch a little bit of this panel line there, and maybe even a little touch of this one right there. We got another one about. Geez, how the heck are we gonna reach this one? That's gonna be interesting. Oh, okay, this way, and you can actually see it too. Look at that. But yeah, I need to get to that one. That's in shadow. This might just need some. Yeah, let's go back to our darker stuff here. Again, there's our perline crimson mixed with our indigo. So in a lot of these cases, we're kind of having almost paint in a little bit extra sharpness here. It happens. And especially with anything that's cast versus something that is 3D printed. Nothing else up there with their darks. I'm not going to try and get the too much of the orange in the eyes because that'll be too close to what we were doing with the glow on this crazy mace or whatever that is. There's another edge that got a little too sun. This one too. That one is okay. This over here is another weird little smushy edge. Sharpen that one up too. There are so many panel lines here. The panel lines have panel lines. So there's this little cutout right in here that I gotta try and get. Now we're talking. There we go. Now we're talking. Well, recoil, that sounds good. Hopefully, it's something very tasty. There's been no cooking here. It's basically just been eating the pizza that Armored Wolf sent and the cake, and then some cereal. I have not had a chance to even get to the store in what, the last 2 days or something like that. But that's kind of what was anticipated. So, well, that sounds good. Actually, recoil. It's funny you should mention that because that's what I was going. Oh, that butter chicken stuff, right? Naughton finally gets himself a goal there. Recoil. Yeah, the old Ninja Multi. So I haven't had that going because, well, that runs on the same circuit as the air conditioner, and we're not turning off that air conditioner for 40 to 50. No, it'll be more like an hour to do one of the chickens. There actually it'll be more than an hour because then we'd also be doing things like the taters with it. So yeah, there's been no air fryer for at least the last 4 days now. Now we're just about at hour number 4. We're almost there. Let me work in a little bit more of this now. Actually, now recoil. Did I send you? I don't know if I sent you the picture of my sister-in-law's dog that I painted up for him. Because that, well, it's I, we're doing all the birthday things, and I'm pretty sure I painted all the other dogs that she's had over the years. Most of them not with us anymore. Well, all but this one. Where's my blending brush here? Okay, that's it. Now this also over here, we never did get some of the little lights on the edges of these guys. Let's do that here. Oh, that's number 5 for Sam Darcy. Back up to 72 points on that lead. Let me work it in there. Yep, like so. And then this knee over here again. I'm going to take this lighter stuff here. So that sounds really fantastic there, Rico. I'm looking forward to next week kind of getting back to more of the usual culinary things. You know what? That probably should be orange, but I'm just going to hit it with that anyway. And we're going to leave those last 4 pieces of the pizza in that freezer for a little bit of a. We don't want to do those all at once. We want to enjoy those later on at some point. Recoil, there is actually, believe it or not, a lot of like all those Armada ships. It was the regional manager who lived here in Chicago. he was actually going to show me how to play Armada. Believe, yeah, of all things, Rico. Yeah, he was supposed to show me how to play Armada, but he retired from Mantic. So I don't know where this was sent. It might be from somebody from the U.S., but I don't know if it was. What I might do, Recoil, is just bring this to Gen Con and then just hand it to them there, because I'm sure they'll have a booth at Gen Con. Well, maybe not. I think they would. Yeah, I would certainly think they'd have at least some kind of a presence there at Gen Con. No, that is too dark. That might just do it. Ah, that's it. Yep. And up here again, a little bit more of that kind of a bluish tone here. So yeah, recoil. I don't really know where that. Actually, some of the Mantic stuff that would actually come all the way from the UK. A lot of the Armada stuff that actually would come from the UK. I think mostly maybe because it was newer things or something like that. Maybe there wouldn't be a whole lot of those at the warehouse. But I'll have to send you pictures, recoil, when I see them of the Cathay stuff. Actually, recoil. I was hoping to be able to use Chat GPT to basically see what kind of the lore is behind them, because obviously GW prefers that you kind of stick with their lore, or else, you know, how dare you do something of your own? So I was hoping that GPT might show something. Again, it just has to be a little snippet or something like that. Just like my Tomb King army theme was based on something that I saw in the book. Well, okay, Tim English must not be injured too bad because he just scored a goal. Okay, that makes me feel a little bit better there, Recoil. Yeah, I think maybe some of that is just a little bit of precaution there. Because, yeah, we don't need one of those kind of wins where you win the game and lose half the team. Also looking to do something later again on the bottom of that. We've got that mostly over there, so I think we're good there. You'll have to shoot me a reminder there, Recoil, to give that a test in the GPT. Say if come up with some kind of a interesting story from the information. Whether that's basing, because obviously I've got I already have a texture roller that's very much Oriental themed. I could probably get another one. That's right. I was going to use this method. I was going to stick with just a flat scopy because I could paint something on there and not necessarily have to use as many of the 3D printed basing bits. I'm kind of trying to minimize those, I think, as an experiment for that entry. I think we're going to maybe not do quite so much with the much as I love those 3D printed basing bits. Much like yeah, okay, that's one more last thing that I need over here. Oh, so it says Lucky McNeil off due to injury. Again, hopefully that's more of that precaution stuff, just like the Tim English injury. And then they score a goal. Well, they're up by 79. They could. Well, they got 5 minutes to get it to 100 points. I don't see him doing that, but Camden, all the original Armada stuff that I did, um, that was always displayed in the Mantic booth at Adepticon and then at Gen Con, which is why for the longest time I didn't have any of my Armada stuff here for people to see because Mantic had it all. Well, if it's just a knock on the noggin there, recoil. Actually, recoil. There was that one funny thing of Bontempelli falling on the football in a very awkward way, shall we say. I wonder what the injury was to English then, since he's back now. Nope, too much paint sitting on the end of that brush. Okay. Oh, and again, a reminder, as always, you want to see how this was painted, in the future there. You'll have to go to the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. Again, there will be no ads there. It's literally just a substitute for what I used to have here on the Twitches. Because again, basically highlights are gone. So those got to go somewhere. And they are going to the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. Basically, I realized that I could schedule the videos, and again, even if I did one per day, after 365 days, it still wouldn't be all of the saved the sessions that we exported. So I'm kind of doing one of those per day because, well, we're adding 4 of them a week. I wonder, I might need to get me some of that dark stuff here. Let's get rid of the lighter stuff. Let's go in the oppo direction here. Let's take this to the dark side here. All along this stuff. Yeah, we got nothing but mid-tone there and then really light lights. We're going to change that. Like you do. So we won't be able to hear the team song there, Recoil, in the locker room. Yeah, it'll probably pop up on Facebook tomorrow. Couple more of our jerks here to separate these guys. Oh, thanks, Inganes. And again, Inganes, if you wanted to share your stuff again one more time in the chat there. Everybody please give Inganes a follow. Inganes also does the oil painting on the miniatures. So go check that out. So everybody check out the Instagram link there that Ngana just posted. And again, give Ngana a follow. Now, Ngana is the one nice thing about, okay, if it's on the YouTube channel, is that I can basically make playlists and then it's a little easier to find instead of you just literally having to search through all of the past sessions. Because I can put a whole bunch of tags on there. And again, put it in playlists. So if you're looking for something about Lord of the Rings, at least everything Lord of the Rings is in that one section. Is it full time now? It is full time. Okay. Uh, Gee whiz, I guess. Did they still jump past? No, it's still showing them at 9, which is weird. Yeah, okay, so that hasn't updated yet. Wow, look at this. Actually, they're on the cusp of yeah, they're going to replace Gold Coast by percentage. So yeah, they actually bumped Gold Coast out of the 8 by 7.6 points on percentage. So yeah, the ladder hasn't updated here, which is weird because there's like that ladder predictor, and here they've actually won the game, and that ladder is not updated yet. It's weird. Sometimes you have to go back and forth, like between the fixture and the ladder, to get it to finally update. Let's see if that did it. So it's a good thing they got the. Oh, it still shows Gold Coast because that doesn't give the Bulldogs their 32 points.
Who enters my domain?
How's about we welcome in Commander Mittens? How you doing there, Mittens? Everybody, please give Commander Mittens a follow. So, Mittens, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. Nice to see you the last of the Jamians. And, hi there, Ardish. How you doing? Nice to see you again, Spotty. This right here is from Mantic. It's their newest, well, one of their newest releases for their Halo game. So, we've been having some fun with this. Last night's stream was just a wee bit different. It was this. We're calling these the Truffleites or the Fungus People. These are from Archvillain. Let me see. And then last week we did a couple of those. So we've been trying to come up with different color schemes for each of our Truffleites here. And this was the very first one that we did right here. So some very fun, very wild colors there. Now our Thursday stream was even a little bit different. That was our Thursday. That was our birthday stream right there. Painted Babylon 5. It's been a while since I've had a chance to paint Babylon 5, like almost 30 years. So it's been a little while. Here's some of our other 2D paintings. Everybody should check out that Instagram link that Commander Mittens just shared. And of course, everybody give Commander Mittens a follow too. So here's some of our other space kit. Well, we did this a few weeks ago. This is flat tops for a flat Thursday. Oh, look at that. Little Sauron, little Space Australia there, and Spacescape. So yeah, that's some of the stuff that we've been doing 2D wise. Let me see. Oh yeah, here's this is also a couple of different things that we did over the last few weeks or so. Also very different. So there's a Dauntless, and there is Gneisenau. So yes, a little bit of a different flavor on some of this stuff over the last, say, 3 weeks. We are now week 3 of June. So again, everybody please give Commander Mittens a follow and check out that link there that Commander Mittens just shared. We're using traditional oil paints here. right out of the tube. Traditional oil paints. So Spotty, I hope that you're doing well. Yeah, those truffleites are pretty wild, aren't they? And those are from Archvillain. Those are 3D printed. Yeah, recoil. I have to find again. I don't remember if Game Body you can kind of just keep going back to their site to re-download their files if I can't find that. It's I just didn't know as much about printing back when I first had that Earth Force cruiser there. So I think now I have a much better chance of being able to print that thing out. Of course, we can still do a. I'll have to see maybe if we could do a little space battle between some Narn ships and some Centauri. So see you later there, Commander Mittens. Thanks so much for the raid. Appreciate that. Yeah, yeah, Rico, that was like a whole nother era. Great to bring that back. And of course, oh, that's right, Space Above and Beyond Recoil. I know that Camda sent me that link. I guess you can see some of the episodes on YouTube. I might just try and find the DVDs, of course. I have to remember to look on Amazon. Not sure if they're there. There we go. Finally updated. Oh, and they get to play Sydney. Now, of course, Sydney actually is a little bit of an uptick lately. Oh, and GWS is playing West Coast, unfortunately. Frio is playing St. Kilda. Oh, geez, and Hawthorne is playing the Ruse. Geelong, Adelaide playing Richmond. So, and Collingwood is playing. Wait a minute, why is it's like all of the top eight? Yeah, the Western Bulldogs pretty much have the toughest game of everybody in the eight. Yeah, I guess you could say that Brisbane has a sort of tough game. More of our. There's my basically Napthol red here. Now, Pascal, were you gonna? I don't know if you were thinking of starting up your stream in a little bit there, or if that was something you were gonna be doing later on today. Maybe fire up a little bit more of our darker. All this stuff in here is I have no idea what's going on in some of those areas. I'm just kind of guessing here. I'm just taking me some guesses. Might still darken up some of those, whatever they are. That's fantastic, Pascal. It still was, still keep thinking that Drax will be out there or something like that. Of course, no, actually, at this point, even Drax wouldn't be still streaming. He'd be raiding me. I just realized that it's 3 in the morning. I thought it was much earlier. We are going to try and lighten that up too by darkening these edges. Hey there, Rakiosa, how you doing? So yeah, well, Pascal, obviously there's plenty of folks that say maybe, well, If you speak French or German, there's lots of that, but we're trying to find. Also, lots of people aren't doing painting streams. So this is what is it, Commander Art something whatever. This is from Mantic's Halo range. Well, that's fantastic there, Pascal. Sorry to have you rushing around there. Are we doing more here? Yeah, we're doing some more over here. A little something there. A little more dark up there. Yeah, that's one way to force the issue, right, Pascal? I think by darkening them again, now we see a little bit more of the crazy lightning type stuff, which I'm not sure is supposed to be on there or not. They didn't really quite specify. You know what? There's my darker stuff. We're gonna increase this thing here too. That shouldn't quite be over there. We need a little shadow kind of cast by that too. Yep. And more of that over here now. On this here, I don't know, maybe I'll try something a little bit lighter on that. Let's just see what happens. So see you later there, Recoil. Hopefully, I'm sure it's going to be super, super tasty. And of course, best wishes to Squeak and the mom and everybody. I'm sure there's going to be lots of tasty vittles there. Yeah, I'm going to try to hit a little bit more of this up here. Like you do. There we go. So something like that. That's a little too yellow. Gonna get rid of some of that yellow there. And again, all of our non object source light stuff over here is a whole different color range, right? Obviously, much cooler colors here, much dingier colors, nowhere near as saturated, which has been demonstrated by our. We've done several of our film noirs. All right, back to some of our more of our bluish stuff here. It might be a little too light still. Here, let me knock that down a bit more. Now we're talking. Maybe even a little bit of the radiant green. Let's try some of that too. Still going to be very much of a gray. Yep, sure enough. Still reads as gray on there. Nah, there's more going on down there than I thought. Okay. Just realized that. bit more. Yeah, let's try and get some of that onto his fingers here. Right along this edge, and then there's a couple of more bits and pieces is down there. And then, oh gosh, what is going on with this stuff? Let me see if we can just figure out a little something something there. And again, that's not originally I thought maybe that was like his skin tone. There's no skin tone there. He's got some kind of a stretchy suit thing or whatever that he's wearing. Touch more of our light on the top of that too. Again, we got to make sure that I think there's more reflected light here that we can do. So I guess this is artificial hand form or something like that. Whatever's. Couple little more things on the fingers there. And we'll work in, yeah, a little bit of our lighter grays. And these are super muted grays here. They're just like some greenish gray, a little bit of touch of blue in some of them, even a little bit of violet in some of them. So I got one more edge right there. That's an edge contrast thing. And we can see the blues there versus the orange here. Let's just sneak in maybe a little film noir here, a little cheeky film noir. So again, there's still, you can still see some of the shadow there, but boy, when even with just that little bit of light and the color, now it really brings out that shadow. I might, yeah, let me get all this stuff out of that brush. I might try to get a little, yeah, maybe some of the later orange on his beard here, red, whatever's. Let's try that here. It's right along this bottom edge here. Fine, a touch more maybe. So this is Warmaster Atriox. Again, this is from Mantic Games. It's their one of their newest releases for their Halo game. No problem there, Grand Oracle. Great to see you there, Grand Oracle. Yeah, we're 4.5 hours in. I was going to actually paint. I prepped up. Let's see, I had a Loot Studios fig that I was gonna do, but this was kind of time sensitive. So yeah, this is from definitely from Halo, because this is some specific character. He's got like a hand that's been chopped off and replaced and all that kind of stuff. So great to see you there, Grant Oracle. So yeah, Grand Oracle, I haven't done a whole lot of printing at all this week because temps and stuff like that. Well, there was time too. I didn't have any. There was no time to do any build plate stuff or whatever. Here's hoping that your new printer is still doing all the stuff you needed to do. I hope that they're doing well there, Roland. Wasn't sure if you had more model kits going or something like that. Actually, Grand Oracle, I I used oh gosh, what was it? It was not. It was GPT to make a very very specific birthday card for somebody. It's the first time I had a chance to do that, so that was super fun. And then I basically wrote him a birthday song. The first time I've had a chance to do that. And we're gonna light this up here. Yeah, sure. Fine. We'll catch a little bit of those over on that thing too. Let's see if Pascal was gotten his stream going over here. Still waiting. Still. There we go. Now we actually got to broadcast an entire Bulldogs footy game there. Grand Oracle. So yeah, that was it was at early start. It wasn't at 4 o'clock in the morning. Thank goodness, since the family thing starts soon enough. Well, Grand Oracle. Well, of course. What is the enemy of completion? We all know what that is. It's a dreaded foe, right? Right, Grand Oracle. More of this up here. Yep, but more of a hard edge there. Possibly more of that over here. Actually, down in here too, maybe. Oh, and I think I don't know if I sent you a picture of the. Let's see. No, I didn't send it there. But before the stream, I had all of I think 90 minutes to paint up my sister-in-law's dog as a present, and then after the stream, I got to try and paint another one for my niece. Especially, well, that's going to be interesting, especially since in 8 hours they're coming this way to get me. Let me try this again. A little bit more of an orange on some of these edges because that's kind of coming up this way now. A little more of an orangey stuff. Here, let me get this one line here. So I do think that Pascal is now underway. We'll kind of let him do some of his stuffs there. We do want to say thanks to Armored Wolf for doing all the moderations, of course. Listening to all the rantings and ravings about the Bulldogs and Aussie Rules football. want to say thanks to for all the bits and the subs and everything, the follows, the cheers. We had some raids too. Last one was from almost said Spotty is Shark. Sorry about that, Spotty. No, that was Commander Mittens. And of course, Armada Monday. I do believe it's going to be finally the last of the Necron ships. There's 5 of them to do. They're kind of those mid-sized ships, and we'll just try mid-size. We're just trying to knock through those, and then be done with the Space Croissant. That'll be it for the Space Croissant. And then, well, I want to. Well, there's the Tau fleet probably that I would be doing. It's a different type of Tau fleet. Ooh, you know what? I just realized here. Let me. There we go. There's some of our. I just realized we never did any of that in here. Okay, there we go. So I'm just, again, just trying to give Pascal enough time to kind of get his bearings there. And I think he's pretty well underway because he's showing stuff and talking about things. So we will take a quick little look-see here at, again, our commander, our whatever his name is, or Warmaster. Warmaster. Again, this is from Mantic Games here. This is part of their newest release. I'm going to get this raid countdown underway because that takes a little bit there. So sorry about that, Grand Oracle. Again, I just, since they're coming to get me pretty soon, I have a whole bunch of things that I need to do first. So thanks again, everybody, and I will see you guys most likely on Monday.